Order!
Atanek, uglupak matko habang nagutiligid kupta fin hivun niu nagutiligid kupta atanek. Munagaligid siya maiptigut kilit ko siya may kikayok kaya Jesus. Ilokani katawluid mani Northwest Territories ni habaw takay kabut. Kaya nakparak. Inuit tabra na hibul tabra tamat koti na matkuni nga na nalunain ngutamikit na kimarakaktot inuyak to hi tabra mani 16 tunukiuni mani tot ma habak tot tabra tak malruk na pek kemaruk mang taima kemaruk tabra tamat koti na iliharat kubluit tap kotai na habak parak tot mani hibun niyawik pang mi tabra na tabra tak mat koti na inuyak tot nutakhat iliharak tot ilihakay kayok parlit kay tabra tamat koti na tabra kot tabra tak tait na tap tuminga atchilit ka tam na naluna ako tinikit na ay chulaha kangit ikayong helim tamani ilokanyik no takakitin na ilangit Kristen Shelby Dave tam nalo ilokanyik tapkot nalo nakakalalit kit ka ilangit tabra tamat koptak yalo naik min tabra na monachri rakta Salvation mi ilangi ilawrat kuya nakpak minihitat mat ko ito kalanek to tabra na minihitaw rak ko na ni monachri rak pulagtak to anik nagalun ni na Northwest Territories ni tabra tamat ko din na tabra tait na hibul liru tamat ko ni nga na
Later this afternoon,
tabalut tamat ko ni nga okakaniakat ka tamat ko at ilitsukit kabulugit ilihemat kabulugit tawak tamat ko at na kanok hibun niya wing mi isumali ako tibut nagalunin hibun niya ako tibut 2023 mi tabaw ko at na mani Northwest Territories ni na malakotaliat mat ko at na itut tabalo tait naptak malakotakrat malakot niyakibut tabalo tait na kanolo tamat ko at na pinyakanakaniakal na bilugit waptingnik isumay ako ti kabutait na tabalo tait na tamat ko at na ikayutaw ako na tabalut kawamara tukot tait nalo tabra tamat koptak na ikayutaw piak tut Kanaqulu tamatkuninga malaqutalianiki na malaqutchiniartuat iliitsuqipkaaqquglugit una uqautigillakkiga tavalutai naqanaqulu tamatkuat malaqutalianik malaqutuaqqut malaqutsimavlutingi na tamatkuatit naitsummati ilihimagait taitnaluutavertaamna illiqiirarput tainnaagalaklugit Section 35 tavrunga illiqiliitkikput taaptuminga tava kuat Northwest Territories ni matkuati na iwa havaktuat ingmittiguni na havakhuting tamatkuninga havakranik anneqiliitsut na tamatkuninga na tamat taitna havaktuarna qivlugit tavaptaortaamna illikkarput tava taitna ilitsuqillautaqalugu ilitsuqit quvlugit maani Northwest Territories nikavamorut tava taortamaani Northwest Territories ni tava taitna tavertaamna qayagiliitkikput pangmapak taitna Northwest Territories qanoq angalatsi tamatkuatu angalaliitkaat qayanarpak qayanak minitaq unaptaaq minitauraq anniartualiqalini tavaptaaq matkuatin na nutaqqatigun nutaqqat matkuat qanoq angalarutiqrangat isumaaluigivut tavaptaaq tamatkuatit na qanoq na hivunmuutigigputtaamna nauqautigivliu 2019 ngani tamatkuatit na qanoq tamatkuat angalarrutingiti nalu illuatun angalarrutingit ililiitkivut ikayorpaurarluit tauq tamatkuat nutaqaqiit na aipanniqanga na tamatkuat angalatsiringita tavalutaina qanoq naku na illuatun piniarlugit tavutait naqaariivut tavalut taortamatkuatit na kavamauruat naagaluuni naniliqa inuuniartuat taitna inuunia taitna tamatkuat nutaqauratigun tamatkuninga nailitsuqipkaaniaartugut qanoqilluatun angalatsitilaaptingnik tamat nutaqaqiit naagaluunniin na nutaqaurat matkuat qanoq angalanniaqutingit ilitsuqipkaaniaquta tavaptaortaitna tavalutaitna qanoq taitna taapkuak na ilitsuqipqaqaniarlugit qanoquniartilaagrangit matkuat nutaqaqiit tavaptaortaitna tavratamattumai na hivunniortuaivunniqikiliitkikputtaamna illuatun na angalatsiniaquta tamatkunuuna nutaqaqiiñun naagaluuni nutaqauranun tamatkualuptaortuva piiguumangiliitkivut taitna tiguartartuat tainaptaoq inuitti na ingmiktigun ikayorniarlugit tamatkuat ikayorlari nikiramingnikki naivarlermata ikayorniaraaqigait
Speaker, the development of the child, youth
oqartigi tamatkuatit na malaqatala tamatkuaittu tavrani na angalarutiptingni tait na tabraniittut agalaktanik illiqihimalugut malaqataliakranik tabraluptaaqtamatkuatinna 56 tuun tabratait nattunagalaan na iloqatamatkuatinna munaqriruat matkuninga havangillaartuanikinna kiinyauranik aitsuiraqartuat naagaluni ikayuiraqartuat tabratamatkuat nutaqauratinna nutaqauranik munaqriruat tabratamatkuninga illiqihimaligitsugut tabraluptaaqtaitna qanuq illuatuni naangalatsiniaaqutta tabrataamna qautagillaligit kigailiitseqapkaahlugiñungnin kihunullaqaqayanarpak tabraptauq una ka havaktuani na havaktuadillaatni kiiñauranik aitsullaahuugait tabraptauq una tabrauma una qauklinngulgitsuaq una tabra tai October 2mi tabrataamna quyagiliitkiga Mr. Hunt tabrataamna angalatsikiliitsoq 22 ukuyuni nunavutni naptauq angalatsihimaruaqtaavani tabraptauqtai natsunagalaani na uqaqti tabra hivullipiamik taamna ililigitkikput taitna na tamatkuninga angalatsilluta pilaitkaluartuagut tabrataamna tabra WSTC mik taaptuma inna angalatsihiligitsoq taapkuninga aitna kiiñauranik aitsuqaarigait compensationnik pilariait taniktun tamatkuninga tabra aitsuilaqartuat tabra taapkuatinna katimaringi tabra katimaри taapkuatinna malaqatakraliakraptingnik qanorlui angalatsinikun taapkuat ilingita tabra taamna hivunniorutigihigaat taapkuatahi tabra isumangatigun aulakitut taaptuma hivunniorqatigilugit Mr. Hunt tabraptauqitna ittuartualaitsoq ilitseqipkaaniarartoq kihunulleqa attaulugit Inuit maani ilitseqipkarniarayat taamnalu White Horse-mi nunavutni tabra kavamani havakkimaruq tabraptauqtaitna Northwest Territories nilu nunavut nilu havakkimaruqtaitna tamatkuninga ilihimarpaktoq WSTC kun tabra taapkuat havauttaarihimagait qiyanarpak uqartui qiyanaq River South qiyanaq uqartui tabraukuat matkuat naullartitaqtat tabra taitna ingmiktigun akiliaqqamanialigitkaat tamanna aulautiting tabralut tamatkuatinna ilitseqipkaaniartuuluvaguat ukuatinnaat qanutunagalaan kiiñauranikatoqtuat aullarniaqamik taima tabrani aullartitaqamatik itsim pivlugit naagaluunim ikuallaktuam pivlugit tamatkuat tabra Fort Smith tabraptauq heramun nuktitaqaniaqaluakkangit tabra taapkua Fort Smith min Here munaglan. Aglan. Tarap tauk. Tabar tait na kalaw tinikangit. Araw nga hikpay chok tam na ikwalak tok. Nuktitak na yung itkipsi. Tabar tam enterprise. Tatli trade tabar tamat kok. Tap ko tabar nuktitak mikangit inuit tabar nga. Fort Smith min. Kilometer na kaulak ko galo kangit. Tap ko aptaok na lup kayo huting kanok. Naleo ko takto atin na nalup kayo huting kanok aula ka na aktila kramingnik nalup kayo huting. Tabrap taok takak power ako ni tamat itchak power ako ni mane. Dahil na tabrap tamat ko atin na hapakarak titakang itinuit nukta ka na aktuat. Dahil na tabrap taman nakalipay yun una nga tap tuma ikwalak tuam una kip kakait unin tamane ilitsore blugo kandu nagalan. Kaya nakapalak niyaktunga agalan nagaaktungit pan nga o kapalang niyaktunga. Nagaaktungit pitpan tabra o kapalang niyaktunga. O kakte tabra lo tait na tunagalan tabra tait na kain tau tukto nakiralo ni tamatkot napaktut kikwalaktot.
Patterson Road, a similar picture emerged. With a fire burning all around them, residents were quickly gathering up personal items to take with them. All faced in a
Ilitsarap liting tamat tuminga ikwalak tuamik na kalakoting tabar taut na taut chimoy nagutirot huri tabrani inyune ako timingnik nagalunin.
If you were not one in the heart of the fire, and if you did not see the
Tabra tamat ko kanga kanya kihi tabrani inyune makaka nahe tap ko dilitsakanya kihi na kanok tap ko tamat ko dit na sumalo tarablukit nutak kating nagalunin inyo katiting na ilating tabar tamat ko dit na sumalo tarimikangit. Tabar August 13, 2023 mi. Tabar tamat ko ni nga pakiruta ka kanakto nga nupaya ako aglan akalaw tilaki niya kagipi ilitsarila ko buluhi kanokin maga inyo na ningat tabar ni ko alak parakman. Tamat ko utak titsi niya utak titsi niya magaita kinyaranik. Tabar tabatsamin. Kuya na ko kakte. Ubang avlupak. Tabar tap ko yun kutsik to at lihak to ani. Aurora College me. O kautigilaw kitka. O kakte. Tabar ukot. Tabar ilakatay lihimarugut kanuherauti magaita. Tamat ko at ilihaktot. Fort Smith me. Tam na tabra na. Fort Smith me tait naptawak inyuniaktot nagalunin iliharaktaktot Fort Smith mun. 19th Assembly me katimakpawra kaming mane. Hibun niyok pawra kaming uwani. Hibun niyok wikpang me. Tabar liptak tait nis kautigin me kay tamatkot. Tabar tamatkot ang WT me na habaw tilaw tangit kait. Tabar umahana hawirutim hivani tabar tamat kotit na tamat kotit na tamat kuninga iliharoktoak inyuk tabar tamat kotit na tamat kutsiktoani iliaktoat tabar ilitserep kainyaktut tamat kuninga ukakti tabar kuat Inuvialuktun na ilihakraming na ang mait kugit ka. Tabaluktak tait na tunagilan tamat ko at kutsiktuan ilihaktot. Kanakolo tamat ko din na Aurora College me kutsiktuan me ilihaktot na Aurora College me pilaktut. Iliharaktut. Portsmouth me. Tabar tap ko din na aptalargalwaktuak iliharaktuan pang mapakahin hukay ilirok. Tabar tam na isagutit kuya tap ko din na ilihakto din na iliharakta kablugit tabrunga. Tabar tamat ko at ilihamarut na narawaktaw na algitshot Inuit. ECNE tabar tam na nutak na tabar tait na tamat ko at utak kanya pihigit na ay sagutit kaligit patahibun neoktuat nutat Inuit tabrunga narawaktaw pata tabar tumya utak kanya pita kayunakpak. Inuvialuktun Lakeman. Ukakte tabar kuat upin umahanarit hanahirutim tugliani tabar kuat August me tabar tamat kuat na karamik kang itap kuat kanok NWT na kanok angalarutinginik okalaktuat kanok ulo tamat kuat na angalarutinginak patigit tabar tamat kuat kabamaroni 34 ukiuni tabar tam na ukarakay kangat tay naptaw isagutingit kathuli. Ukakti tabar tait na tunaglani na tam na kanok kabamat kanok angalarutik rangat man na angalachihu tilangat ilitsura hupiaktunga matkaluit na kanok angalachihu magaita ilitsurip kait kublugit tihunun laka kanok tamat kotin na habagrangin na isagutilgin mata habau huting tait na atitingin iliraka matigit kanok tamat kotin na allango kagalwalit kitka. Tabar kabamatukote okaw hikammikangat kanok tilakraming tamat kuninga na habaktitsi na neakuming inyungnik. TNWT kanok angalan tilakran diting na kanok tabar tamat kotin na tan ngungit chotit na ate hilugit tamat kununga tan yun tabar tam na aperiutakakirunga no tap kununa ilitsarat pa uklunga. Kuyanak. Hiwuler miuna pit tabar tamat kotit na kuleakakayait kanok Kanonek tilakrangit matkotit na. Okakay matkot ilihimagit ka, ilihimarat ka, hulay chot ing miktigun. Tabalutay na tamatkotit na ing miktigun. Kanok tamatkotit na ikayoknek kamitit hulay chot ing miktigun. Disability nik taniktun pirakagait hulay piaktotit na annelum tamattumay na hulay titangitit na abatigi livluting kanoklo tamatkuninga havarala koting. Tabalutay na taoktay na ilyawurakoting ilyawlakot. Tabalutay na ikayutikraninnik tamatkotit na isumatigipiakit ka. Tabra tatkekkiun tikituakaptigu tabra tamatkuninga okakaraktut. Tabra ilihimagiwit tamatkot kanutunagalan na. Tabra tamatkotit na ECE na habalay chonig ikayuiguraktot. Tabra tamatay na ukauti rakrakaluangit ilitsokip kakalugit kanok tamatkot. Tabra tay nakoting tabra tamatkot pirakagait ta kanutunagalan kinyarakamaгаita. Tay natutkoving ni ituanik kanutunagalan kinyarakamaгаita ilitsokawuteng piraktut. Ikayong ilyugit. Tabaluptak tay natunagalan tabra ukafaanaktunga nagaktungit pan nga inuit. Nagaktuamik pitpan ukafalang naktunga. Ukakti. Tabalutay na tamnaptawa kay falang nelit kiga. Tay na tabra inuit tabra ay kayok tikraming nikibakalektuat ay na aptalahakatakiraktut tiktakoting tap kununga habagwing kanuhinyuglaka habagwing yun utaktaktorakiraktut kaya nakpak. Tabra na Trinity wala taming. Kaya na ako kakti. Tabra June me. Tabra lutay na Vancouver me hibon niya ako kaktotukot. Tamat ko lutay na ibaklektot uyakauranik kinyauranik tay na tabra tay na hinik kabakauranik ibakalekurik minerals nik pirakigait. Taniktun tabra tamatkotit na tay natunagalan 42 luniw kiuni tabra tamatkotit na angalatsimagait. Tabra tay natunagalan kanutunagalan na takpavangay na hilyamin kanyaktoliliin nyakait. Tabra tam na tabra na irakimaroy tun ituamik nalunaktuamun ilyakiliganyakot habagwikiraminnik. Tabra lutay na tabra ilitsukilitsutay na tunagalan kanok tabra 28 tun tangong itsuanik tabra ni habagtakaktut. Upinakami tayo na habagtukranik. Tabra tayo na tunaglanit na habagtukranik pakitsihimaliitsut. Taitna luptaaq taitna tavra ilihimarugut taitna tunagalan. Taamna ilitsaqiffaallaugglugupiiga. Taitnarlungaoqautigiiga. Tavraptaaq taitna na Yellowknife me. Tavra tamatkuat ilitsaqipkait quvlunga. Tavra taitna tunagalan Canada me. Tavra oqaffaallangngiartunga naagaartungit pannga. Tavra tamatkuat NWT-mi na ilitsaqihamagai tamatkuat. Qanorlu tamatkuat itna havaqatigivlugit matkuat tamaani iñuuniartuat ingmiktigun. Naagalunin iningmingni iñuuniartuat. Tavra taitna oqarti. Tavra tamatkuat itna havaqtavaraqtuat tamatkuna nivaktuani. Nivaktuani na uyaqaarani qivileqtani kivaqleqtuat. Tavra tamatkuaptauq. Tavra taitna ilitsuqipkat laquvlunga tamatkuna apeqerutaqaqaniartunga taaptumunga munaqriruamik pulaktaqtuani. Tuni teiwaliteaqquyagiorpalitkikka. Great Slaveman. Qayanaqoqartu. Tavrali uquat territoriesni ilihimagitka itna ilitsuriitka tavra tamatkuat itna munaqrilaqranik munaqrillautaqqulipiaritka. Tavralu ingmiktigun taitna tamatkuninga nauruanik ingmiktigun nauriraqtut tamatkuninga neqkramingnik. Tavralu taitna ilitsaqihamarugut taitna tu. Tavra ICI-mi tavralu taitna tunagalaani na ilitsaqiniaqariitka matkuat qanoq ataramikuli tingmirualuurit itna angalatquvlugit. Tavraluptaaq taitna iloqata taitna munaqinaq tavra taitna tunagalaan munaqriniartugut ilitsaqiniarta qanoq ingmiktigun munaqitruanik. Tavralu taitna iloqating itna ivaqliqtuartut itna ivaqliqtuartut itna ikayuartikramingnik tavra uminliqa taitna tavra iloqata tavra ikayullaruanik ataulugit tamatkuat ivaqliqtuat ikayuartikramingnik Inuvialuktun tavra taitnaquta taitnaqlugit itna ilihimarugut. Tavralu taitna qanoq ikayullaviuraqivut itna uaptikkuni isumaullaut itna illuatun isumaqaruapta tamatkuninga ikayuqayaqagiput. Iqquffaarniartunga naagaartungit pannga oqaffaau tuanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it does not take much to start something positive and build the capacity within the NWT to feed ourselves. Steps must be taken now to support our
taitna ikayullagivut tamatkuat ikayuartaqaramin ikayuartaqaruktuat tautsikko ako tatay na tamat ko di kayo ni rakluwi tamat tumatabre ko lakparak to milichap kadit katigit kanok wapting nuk ilokataki wapting nun ni kayo tigluta tamat ko ni nga isa ko tilaro ako dilichakaligitsugot kayo nakpagko Jackson Lafferty kaya parlit kaya tabar 2005 2021 me Mr. Lafferty minyo hitawro tabapta ako kaktawag lun eh. Kaya pula kaptigot. Kaya matigit tam na kaya kaya kairak mga temlet mi. Kaya tabar kwad iliha magibot tamatuma isa ko tila katakangatiut. Puvaklakonim isa ko tila katakangatiut na inyo nalaw tanga tikatikut mani Northwest Territories ni. Tabar taktay na inyuyaktut tabar tamatkot kanok matkot kabamaurati na pilyot ang inyiblugi to kaktaktot. Tabalugtay na ilitsarap ka kabluting. Tamatkot nitakkanit na muna karirot nagaluni tamatkolwi na nutakakaitit na munakit kablugitit na. Tabalugtay na ilihimarugut kanito nagalan akili niyak titun na akili niyak tonik ilitsara himarugut. Niyak tonik tayo na tinagalan ilihimarugut pang mapak. Tamatkotit na inyo nalaw taktot na kayak takrayevot. Pingahoni ukiuni, kabamauroni. Tabaptak tayo na ilitsura put pang mapagkanok tamatkoti angalatangit kanok angalatsim magay tayo tuatun. Tabaptak tayo na tunaglan akilira kakto at habaktonik tamat tayo na tam na tutkikakugalawariga. Akit painman kanok akiliwihak takto tayo mikiroche mikihanik akiliyak takalugit tayo nakalugit tayo tap tuminga tam na tayo nagupayako kinyawanig mo nakli minyahatawrak tayo apikrakariga. Cam Lake Min. Frame Lake Min. Tabaw na kapini tabaw GNWT mi tuna o kauti gira kaya kape kaklunga o kauti gira magi. Tabaw 2030 tamat ko tabaw ilitsura himagi tamat ko nga. GNWT, pingahoni ulo ni. 152 na maong katimap kakaluwit tayo na tunaglan inyugak tikirot. Maong habagak nami katimayak titakangit. Tabar kuat kanokanyak magaita na kawamaurat pang mapak. Himmaw kaligit kay himmaw patigit kanok angalan niyak tilakrangit nalop kinyak tokoli. Tabra kangyak kaya kaliutam na akili parnak takti ni akili kakoni akili parnak ni lutingahin akili parnak ni matamat kuninga tap tumatabra nangiti perait tamat ko din na GNWT tabertay na o kakarayatam na аллангортуахилякпут тавалутай на тамат кунинга тайтна химик илуатуни на илитсереп кайлуамик пеқарупиартугит пангмапак тайтна тавра канутанагалани на тавалутай натунагалани на канаулака
Corporation part of the solution, not part of the problem, as it shifts to building energy self-sufficiency and doing itself out of a job with public.
Taitna tabra kanut na lani na anu payawali apekra na ya tamna kanaka allangok taktamik kilap tingnik Yellow Northman Kuya na ko kakte tabra got GNWT na 42 no kuni tabra taitna yuga kivai chokuna tabra kanok allangor nerti lakranga naga himmauher nerti lakranga ilitsorek put pangmapak tabra himaruguta na ilokata habaktoagut habautarik tamat koti mani inuvialuktun ilokata taitna tabra taitna kanokka kanolo tabra tamat koti na allagi piaktuang ni kukungnya isegun ngaroanik ilitsore himarugut tabra taitna tamna pihupiarup tigo kawa maurogut upagut tabra tamat koti na allangorayaikat tabra sisamat tabra tol atau himik tabra tamna tabra inuit ilokaini ilokatingin na tamanna malruk tugliak tabra tamna tamani yo na taitna ilokating pirakragalawa tangong itchot nagaluni tangura tabra ilokating tabra tapikot pingayok tabra taitna habang neaktotit na ilanne piakti tarugai tamnain piakti takalawaktin nago ukotin na uteruting taitna okautigidlagat nagaluni sisamaurakuna tabra 182 tabra tamatkot tabra tapkot ubagutai na tabra ataramik tabra ay papak na okautigi himagat kuyarak Ukakti tabra ukot ukuninga Mani Northwest Territories ni tabra tamat ko na kimaraktot kuya ipelalit kitka tabra tamna ukalang nalike Yellowknife South tabra lokating tabra tap tamay utilit ka tamna kimarani metal mik akimarak Berlin Germany tamnun tabunga na aulak malichok tabrulutai na kanut matkot hulak kwat ingmingyik hawalak kwat na disability nik pinakayata nik tuntabratam na hulay piyako ni tait na matuma nangirutim pilyaw tangihanga kaya nakti tabra malong ni kemaligin nyakok tamat ka keblek tanik na nalunay na kutanik Tabra kayo na yakayakoni hakakukupa na ilihakparlichok. Siksik ula charami siksik lamang laki saguti lakata kami tabra na ublu parliwe kay na havachami ikay ilihachaktok. Northwest Territories mi hibulek piagurok yakimarok tamat kuninga. Miss McCall, tabra kuya ilitiyaw na. Dahil na tabra ikayo mati good. Tabra tam na kuya parli kaya tapin na. Kuya na. Nahandamin. Kuya na. Ukakti. Tabra tamat ko na 2023 Halifax me tabra birakta tabani. Tabra tar NWT na tamat ko na birak parakta ito din birak paralichit. Tabra tait na tabra na bihalati chairmanik tabrunga birak doon ilaw niya ako ni ilaw lakatali sa Fort Simpson. Tabra lutait na tabra tait na tunaglani na tabra lutait na tabra tap tumahe na ulek parak tom hukay hilit kat. Tabra Yellowknife mun pekak ni tayo main. Yellowknife mini na Halifax mun tayo na Inuvialuktun awla ako ni. Tabra tayo na tabra tayo na. Kape ni tabra tamat ko di na ikolak parak to di na tamani nagarutit akilat tamani na Inuvialuktun na kanyak to ni ilivluting. Kanu tinagalan tabra tayo na tamang kukunin na awla niya kanini. Itsumalu takay gutika nga. Tingmiro kay tabra Fort Simpson mun tikitlun. Tabra ngay na tingmiro mun tibilun ni. Awla na utilu. 7 tunuk ikarne ni na ikarne ni tayo na igilawlo ni akrali ako ni Fort Simpson min Yellowknife mun naglan tikiligin niya kok. 21 tun tamanga awlak kamarot ika manga awlak tot ika pura kaya ako ting Halifax mun. Kaya nahandemi. Nunagput. Kaya 2023 tabra talimani tatkakewti ni natchihung naktugut. Tabra Frank Group in pakinrit kathuli. Tabra tau tupayangit kathuli humin kanok tilang kanok tamak tilangan alap kagigatuli pang mapak. Tabra tamat ko at Frankum ni kito nakangi na angayokangit kito nukangit na kito nakatamat ko at na ataw chikun itot. Tabra tayo na ikayo niya ako ni pero tabra ikayo niya ikayo niya luit tamat ko nutakat inuirgo kanok piaklug taluit pilayt kay. Pang mapaghuli tayo na tunaglan tabra. Ilihimagaloak tut kanong hak tilangat. Ilitsura hukaloak tut. Tabrona. Tabro taktilla kiong ganyauraga. Pipiuraga. Tabro kuat ikayo kragaloakik putam na ibaklaktad erniminik. Tabro tap kuat nutak ilihimagaloaktiot ekkirutagalaning miktiguntait na ilitsurit kungitsut. $8,000 tun tabrotain na tunagalan na ilitsurip kallakkup keitait na tunagalan tabra tamna aitsura yagahi taptim tait na tunagalan tamna tabra kihitsitingat tabra lo tait na tabra kuyayak parli kitka tapkot Fort Smith me tabra tamatkot iwaklaktot nalo ilitsurip kainyaktot tabra huli ataramik huli kayokta ikayutita iwaklakta taptiminga nupayako perutakakirunga tapkunun taptimuna iwakalakanyamik Pulaktonik
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge today our Grand Chief, our Klitschko Grand Chief, Jackson Lapp.
Jackson Lafferty kaiman maunga kayalitia. Trinidad wala demintok kayanak. Waptak Jackson Lafferty kayalitia maunga pulakman. Waptak Dr. Hewitt Debrona Dr. Rock 25 ton ukirni hawak kimarok. Daniel Gordon Dawk. Tamat kunini hawak kimarok Dawk. Kayanak. The Batchaman. Debrolo unapdak Jackson Lafferty kayali kaya mga pulaman. Kaya nakakati. Yellowknife South me. Kaya nak. Debra. Debra got kayali kika. Yellowknife South me. Kaya nak pagka kay kapit mga pulalin niya bit. He wouldn't know range lightning. Kaya nak. Debra tawk ko na tawk. Grand Chief, Taraptok Kayali, Kaya mga Kaiman, Kaya Akakti. Nunakput, Kaya Nakpak, Taraptok na Grand Chief, mga mani hawak parak tabap tawag ko kaya litigay na hunalaka pihuk tani tabap ko kaya litigay kamon tabap lupak pulalin matit kaya palit kaya Chief Jackson Lafferty, kaya kikput kaiman. Nanakput. Kaya nak. Tabrauquat Northwest Territories in the Legislative Assembly meeting. I've been there me money. Hibuli Tabrauquat 75 dash bracket 2. Tabrauquat na Kuyanak. Minakput Kuyanak. Here over South Min Tuglili Kangan Tabrauquat na Malakutalet Matquat na Ilit Kulitka. Number 2 Malrok Malong Tugletuna. Here South apakaw lang niya kayo ito na. Kuyanak. Ukakti. Ukakti. Tabruma. Tabrukwat pangmapak tukuvisrangang nik. Ukwat ilihemabehe. Aulak taktot utaktot igiluit chot pimata tabraukwat uma tabra ikolak to na hapasakti takpatigit na igiluak patigit na galunin na igilungit niya hakumit patigit tabra tamat ko atit na kayo lagi but Kuyanak. Here South. Kuyanak pagkakakti. Tabra kap malawang nilo ni kokolak dotit na litre. Tabra kihunan kanya ibakal na tamat ko nga ilitre niya akto ni kanya kokoanak pa. Kuyanak. Tabra tam ko Peace over me, nagalunita, nanit pata. Develop tap kotit na ilitsuringit kuptigit nanitilangit aglan nanit patay na tamatap kotit na hibuniok tingit ilitsurip karne akalawakabot. Here South. Ukakti. Tapko tabra tukukrangin niya Inuvialuktun nga pangmapak. Nakamin? Munakri ako na kihuniglaka tamat ko nga na tukoy chonik ikayo ilan nibyo ni ako pirak tabalutay na utilakataktiluit ay mabingin yun
Then we will be, as we
utilakataktiluit ay mabingin yun na munakilagibot kaya na Here South. Kaya nako kakte. Pang mapakin na kayo ikayoktikramingnik ibaklaktuat January mi tabre litserep kallak parjung litserep kallak pagit na kanokonertilakhrangit matkuat tukkuchot kanok mani nyangit kalwaqtut
Right now, and they're worried they're going to be out in the cold this winter. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South, Minister.
Isumaluktuat tukkuchot na kanok tamanagrinyak inyune ang ilyuting kanoklo inyune ako na tilakraming nikisumalukuting kanoklo ilitsarap ka yaangay na allakunin na tuharaka kumi kanoklo kanutunagalanit na ikualaktuamin na pillautangit patingin tamat ko tabar ilitsarap kallakayaanga habaw taka na yakipuk tau chikun kuyanak Inuvialuktun lakes kuyanak tabraw na apasutaka lang na kaya una tabraw ko atit na tabraw na ukakammikangan kinaranik mo nakrihurap tabraw ko at kanit hunayak tilakrangin kawamawrot ko at hunayak tilakrangin dito sa Inuvialuktun kuyanak tabraw na tabraw ko at ilihimagibot kanito nagalanin na kihutagalan hawak tinniya ni Bliwit pikapta pang mapakit na isumagigibot. Kano na tilakang tawkit na tamat ko din na tawchimugluwit tawchikunit na tamat ko alulit siya kanya nakabutit na awlak titak tabot na kawamadukot ipagut kayo nakakibot kuyanak kakti tabrab kuat kawamawrot kuat tabrab kuat na tamna Northwest Territories ni una ingilakak pakarukima hibunni ako tingirang niyakangat malakotaliangat tabertam na alangulak parung tabrab tao ko na tabrab kuat ilitsara panyak tukutuli kanolo tamat kuat na tangong itsarit na habatigun ilitsara niya fakanayakit ka kanok ikayoko kluwit taberlo tamat kuat pihimangit kalawag kabut kanokolo tayo na tunagalan pinyak tilakrangit pihit ka tabrab tayo na kanok tam na pinyakan ni Blue tayo na malakotaliw kakput tabrab tam na tayo na minita mo apakirtap kakogo litserap kanyak pitigut kanok taman na malakotaliakit mahueranyak tilakrang nagaluni pang mapagpinyak tilakrang ukakti tabraw kuatit na tabraw tayo na tunagalan kanokonak tilakrang uma
30-some-year-old affirmative action policy and bring with it the implementation of a new policy. It may be, Mr. Speaker, particularly given the timing.
Tabraw na isumati kaptigo tayo na tabraw isumati kaptigo na hibun niya ako ti kaptigo isuma na pihuhulu itna piuhluupik put pangmapak aglana lopqehuktuuttaorki qanoqarautik saptingnik pangmapakulina lopqehuktuut tarona minitaqilihima piariga taraukuat qakugu taraukuatit nailihimagut tainat imalegulut tarapan matkuat ilitsuri ilihimapiartugut matkuninga taraqakugu tainatuna qanutunaglan qanutunaglan piñaartilaakranga hivu hutilaanga qanutunaglan hivihuniarpauna
Encourage people. The Department of Finance does now have a
taraptaaq tainattunaglan inna qanoqitilaakkranga mattuma inna havaktuatiguni tamanna munaqritikput taaptuminga taapkuninga tainna tavra ilitsoriniarniartugut innatlu utaqqerpaktuamik inummik inuit utaqqerpaktuat inna pillautangit kaluarivut aglaan uaptikkuttaaq tamanna nukterterilugu pilaitkikput himmauerterilugu pilaitkikput ingmiktiguni na uaptiguni na katimaraaqaaruta tamatkualu qanorniartilaakrangit tamatkuatavataitna utaqqerpauraqut kaluarikput ivut qiyanaqoqarti tavana akku apriutarikka tavalutaitna qanoqinniartilaakranguma havaktuat tangungitsuanikitna munaqriruat ilihauriruat tavatamattaap kuninga qanuhinik allakayanik isakutiniarpat taitna ilihautiruat qutsiktuani iliharvingi Aurora College nik pisarigaat tavalutaitna pangmapak taitna ilihauringitsutaaptiminga tavatamatkut tangungitsuattaaq ilihauriurarmiut tamatkuninga tavalutaitna ataramik taitna atautsikun havauraqartut tamatkuninga illuatun angalatsigukutik naagaluni ilihaurigukutik qiyanarpak tapaatsamin qiyanaq uqarti tavaluqqilamia pangma una qalligaat taamna qanoqqa iliharavissiraq naagaluunniin аллангорниартилаагиммауартилаагранги таапкут илиартуат тавра таамна исумаалугига тавра канат qakkugu himmaaveriarpatigu matkut ilikpata ilikpata matkut nutaat angalatsiruksat
environmental studies program. This is another one. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of competition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, Fort Smith is the education capital of the NWT. Our community is proud and honored with this distinction.
Smithuna hivunari kiga hivulliuraq taamna Fort Smith iliharavik ataramik ittoqtavrani ingilaran illa ki Fort Smith kihimi iliharaviqartuaq taitna qutsiktuanik pangmapak kanutunagalan. Kuyanak o kakte. Tabachamin. Isianimi. Kuyanak. Tabrona matkot kuchiktoni ilihaktot tamat kuninga na Aurora College magpilakayat kuchiktoni ilihawrirot ta mat kuninga nachani kaming tabrunga nutaktut kuchiktonin ilihakaving yun nachi kaming tamat kuninga grade 12 mik nachani kaming. Malakuhong naktiktabar tap kuninga uktoa kemaniaktut una isagutit kikupta. Kuyanak. Tabarlo tayo na tamat kuninga insurance dik pirakagati likabiliting manikinyaranik kanutunagala hitema munakari kranik itsamalo kuting tabar tayo nelit kay tayo kuting isamatilit kay tapto makuyanak pag tabaraglan uwanga kanok mat kuninga iliyakaraktut kinyaranik na hekamut takpatigit nagalunin isodun pingit patigit insurance nik pirakagay tayo mahit kabamatukoti na insura kakamata inuit isodun angalan niya kakagay kaya nakpag.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of ITI. As I mentioned,
I see ayaw na apakal lang niya kaya. Matpot ingmingnyik na pilyakot nalo ingmingnyik muna kalyakot nakikramingnyik nagalunin kanok inyo na ako tikramingnyik isumalulekot tabertamatkot na apakutakallaw kitka. Una tabra bulaktaktonik nagalunin kanoklo tamanik kinyaranik tabarlutay naptaw talimani ukiyuni 6.7 million dun tabartamat ko nga ikayu tiksanik pakaktut. Kaya claiming kaya nak riga kaya hupel lagtutap tim nga tuha kama. Tabarlo kano tinaglantay na tabarlo tayo na isumalong nakirok isumalu takin nakirok tam na kanolo tabartamat ko din na ikayutik lang ingmigtihunit na tamat ko nga naurinyak to nakikramingnik kanolo tabartay na tayo na ikayutik lang ukakti tabarta ko tam na ukakti tam na tabar ilihimagigput tayo na tunaglani na
and are tracking the amounts of growth in the sector. There indeed has been a lot of growth in the community garden sector. And in community gardens, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, it's not just individuals going and using a plot only for themselves. I know I can speak.
Ikayunyakto din na ataw chikon na Kihimreoting matkuninga nauriralaychut nakikramingnikit na nauriragur tabril tauchikuakoting tauchikunin na tamatkuninga ingmigawalaychut. Kuyanak. Tabril na kano harakanaktilak ng itamatkodit na tabril na tamatkodit na nakit matkod muna kavira kakigaytit na hunya lironik na kanikit na pilaychut. Tabril na kanutinaglani na.
In the past, what kind of programs or initiatives are being taken by the department to increase growing food in those areas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's not, under the agricultural strategy, there's not a carve out for one riding or another necessarily. They are done by ways of application and not, so therefore not necessarily reflecting that there might be more challenges to because, Mr. Speaker, there's other options, and certainly in some communities, country food harvesting.
Kanol tamat ko tabra na ingmiktigun nauriraktot nagaluni naki na nagarutiktigun taok tay naptaok awan mun ipiaktok tamna. Nauriraktot nagalunin munakrirot nagaruti mingnik kanuti nagalan pilya nega mingnik nunakput ukakehuga tamna.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not often that Cabinet proves my points, so I do appreciate that there is a third department that is now involved in this.
Tabre pingahuro arirok. Tabraw na waptikunin na pinakrapting nikin nalo ikayutikran nginyik. Tabra ili hemaragut tayo na nutakatingin na kinyara liyo kurut matkuninga taokakura kakaming nutakating nirep karne kakamitigit tabar tamat ko da kitchokpay luting hunalaka kitchokpay luni tabar tayo nakuting tamat kuninga na hapekrele kurut taokakanya kaming tayo nakuting naurira kanya kaktut nakikramingnik tamat kuninga greenhouse taman naloit isumari blue kanok tamat kuninga naurira kanya aktuni na ila ni huinya lihu matigit tamat tuma hilagi chom hilam huinya waktom kuyanak tabalutay nitunaklan tabalap tayo na kanok ukautigil lang magan taman na nalup kanya pektok. Kanok tayo tamat ko din na nekit nereakrat ni uwap ko ni na ukautigil lugu bilait kiga tabay litsure kaana nga kanok tayo tamat ko at angalat siningat ilitsure kalugit tabay tap tuming nga kehen kisagutin nga tabay ICM tamat ko din na kawamat ilitsure kaane piakat ka kanoklu angalat simagay tayo ilitsure niya kanyak develop tamat ko ukakti na apekru takakto tamat ko nga kuyanak pag ukakti Trinity Willie Damon. Kuya ko kakti. Tabra kakti. Tabra ingedan ay pani na tabra nutago kamai na tamat ko na ni katimakataw nga. Tamat ko tabra lokay niya kilitsuri katay na katimakataga rakalugit. Tabra lutay na pang mapakahin yuahin. Tabra na. Tabra lokay niya ilakating tamat ko din na inyo na akbibut. Tay na tabra matkot nutakat inyalatin na ikayok toaluit pinakikibot. Tabra na ICI minihitawrak na apekhrala ni ariga. Apekhrokta ni ariga kanuhiraw tingin matkot. Trinidad Waliday. Tabra na minihitawrak na pulagtak tonik nalo kinyaranik munakiram. Tabra na hibulak ko na pinyariya. Tabra tamat ko din na kinyaranik na ikayutik sa kaktugot. Tamat ko din na nibaktuat nunapting ni ibaklak ko ting kiblak tonik uyakaranik. Tamat ko din na ilitsure tabalutay na kanutsunagalan na ilitsure kakaranata kanutsunagalan at ako na aktila kraming tamat ko nga nibana ko tingin tamat ko din ilitsure ni kuptigi tam na tabalutay na kanutsunagalan ikayo ko na aktila ikayuti kramit kayuti krapting ni ilitsure kanya aktigut. Kaya nakpak. Trinidad Waliday min. Kaya nakukakti. Tabra kot kawamat kot. Ikayutik sa kakpat. Nagalunin hibunik sa kakpat tap tuminga. Tamat ko tabra ITM. Kaya nak. Tabra naptak tabra Ukaw di humaka. Kanokolo tabra tam na. Tabra ilokatay himaragut tay na tsunagalan. Okrokoro amik atokto ako tay na tsunagalan nalupkay uktut ikayuti niya ang magan. Tabalutay na apasirta na ingakrokta tatarmik. Hunigla ka at taramik kano hinigla ka. Kano ikayuti kaming nikiwaklektot. Kanok tabertam na tapti mga kiwlakikpin. Frame lake min. Kaya nak. Tabra na minihitawra ko na tamat ko ni nga. Tamat ko na ni alangok to hilap tingnik nagaluni nunagput man na alangok to inyune ako wikput alangok to kalangopi ako ni. Kanokolo tabra tamat ko din na sumatigit-tigit. Kano ito naglantamat ko atin na isumatigin niya patigit. Frame lake min. Kaya nak. Taba matko atin na matko atin GNWT ilitsurigat man na kanok alangok to khilyagput. Alangok to khilyagput nagalunini na matkotit na hilakput nagalun nunagput tamatkot tabralong upiakto dilihimagibut tabralutait na kabamaurogu dubagutait na ilihimagut tabratait na ilihimagut lakadakanok tamattuma allangoktom hilam nagaluni nunagput allangupiakia tabrat kanyakto fiong tait na sisamani ukiuni tait na tunagalan allangok tanga ilihimagikput Kuyanak. Taman na hapernakiva nagalunin hivunioktuat na hivunikrangat hapernakiva nagalunin pilak pazung kanonak tilakrang ilitsure palagtua. DCC Kuyanak.
So we, due to mine closure, GNWT departments and our
Ilihimagputam na ataw chikun in na taman na kanyagat ilitsuranyagat 74 tun tamatkot isumaloy kating nagalunin tutrik karniaktating tabertay na tunagalan iligay tamatkot allangok to amik hilapting nik tabertap tap na tunagalan ilitsuranik tut kanone 2025 meter ilitsure faanaartut qanutunagalaan habauttari tilaarting manna allangortuaq nunakput hilyakpullu qiyanarpak oqaqti Prim Lakemin qiyagiqparaliikkiu taamnaminihitaq taamna tabra ilitsurahugluguptaaq taamna qanoqitilaanga taaptuma na pilaaqtugut naagaluunin hapiqrartugut taapkunuungna nalliakkuarpa taapkungnanga apiruuttariiniakkamingnik qaku tabra taamna ilitsuraniarpitigu taamna qanutunagalaan ikayorti havautaritilaanga taitna tamatkot GNWT na kavamaurat maani qanutunagalaan ikayorparung taamna allangortuaq hilyakput naagaluuni nunakpullu tabralutait na qanutunagalaan tamatkot igilau rutingit na tabra tait na ilitsuraniarluit ilitsuraniarqimagait 2025 mi tabra ilitsuripaarniarivut qanoq ikayortilaangit Frame Lakemin tabratteortaapkuutit na ilitsuripiarmikkangit qanoq ikayuutiksramingnik taamna ilitsurivarsung huammatit Kuyanak oqaqti ECC Kuyanak oqaqti tabraukuat tabrama ilitsuripkapiakkangatigut na qanoquniartilaakrangnik tamattuma allangortuam hilapta. Cam Lakeman. Kuyanak. Tabrona pero takad lang niya kaya. Una kinarinig mo na kliram. Tabrona. Ilitsurilauktugut kanakin mga itamatkot. July mi. Tabra ilitsurilaukut matkuninga. Tabrona hibulak. Acute kick. Acute kick na tamattuminga. Igililakirani kit na hibunakaktogut. Kuyanak. Cam like me. Kuyanak o kakte. GNWT din na lichara follow tunga kanok angalan niya ako tikrangan nik tamat kuninga kinyawar Tabralo tayo na tinagalan na ilihimarugot. Tabralo tayo na kanit tinagalan man una pianik kuptigo di charfanertud.
Further update to the members of this House and this likely Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that commitment. Mr. Speaker, my next question is, for government renewal to be effective, it cannot happen in silos. How is the GNWT working to ensure that now that they're at the phase 2 of this review, that this review really is done with a cross-departmental lens? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is really one of the core elements of government renewal, and the shift in thinking around this is that every department has to be thinking about its evaluative process. We have, Mr. Speaker, when government renewal was coming out, we put in place a requirement, a program evaluation policy requiring that any programs over $2 million, they need to have a logic model and a performance tracking indicators. Mr. Speaker, a lot of programs did not. A lot of departments struggled with that. The majority of the capacity for evaluation resides in the Department of Finance. So having the GRI now underway creates that cross-departmental work so that this is happening, that departments can access these resources, that they can bring forward their needs and their programs to have logic models, performance tracking, so we can actually have evidence-based programs and evidence-based decision-making about those programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot riding on government renewal as far as fiscal sustainability is concerned. You can look through Hansard and find numerous occasions.
For finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go back to
Tabrona ilichorep ka na uminga tabrona tabralutai na tinaglani na tam na tutkikakana go kanok angala chilay chuitap timinga ukakte 200 tun tabratamat kuninga na ilichorep kaktune na tamat kuninga tamat ko tabra atungitsuat nagalunin ikayungihangat. Tavariptaaq tamatkuatit na ilitsoraniartuni ataramik tiavaluktuartuatun tait na ilitsoraniararivut qanoqikayuutiksraptingnik. Quyanarpak. Quyanak oqarti. Nunakput. Quyanak. Tabrau na peruuttaqillangneria. Tabrau kuat Frank Groupina peruuttaqillangnelikkiga. Tabrau na oqautigi peariga Frank Grubin. Tabralu tamatkuatit na ilitsorip kapearalugit na. Tabratam na inyuruk. Inyu piaktok. Tabra tamatkuatit kollaktuatit na ikollakpauraktuat tabraptak taina tunaglan. Qanoqlu tabrataman na ilitsoraniarparu. Tam na Frank qanoqut ikayupiarpatam tumuna. Quyanaqoqarti. Tabra oqarig maung tabratam na Frank ilihima iwangaptauqitsamagi. Tabra ilihimagit ka? Ilitsorepiarit ka? Tabra na ilihimarungaptauq ilihimaroktam na aperuutaqartuaq. Qanoqtait na isamaluktuat ilihimagit kanutaqarit uwangaptauqtait na kiapiaraan ngataapkua. Tabraptauq ukuati taaptuma mali na ilihimapiartoq. Ilihimapiartoq tamatkununa. Tamatkuninga isaktaumaruatit na ikayurarugai tabraptauq palihimattauq ilihimaroqtaan na havaqatigimmirarigait. Tabraut ilitsoripkaqqulaktunga. Tabralutait na palihimauruat tamatkuatit na qauqlingat ilitsoripkaqqupiariga nalu tamatkuatit na tabra ikuallangman ini qilamitsuuraniaq aullaqtitaqagay. Tabra taam naaglaan tabra kamakkiittuaqat. Quyanaq. Tabraluptauqtait na ilaani oqaqqatigilaqaigay taaptumuna. Ataramittauq tait na nipaihaaqtualaitsunga. Tabralutait na ilitsorippaukapta tamattumuna ilitsoraniarartugut. Quyanaq. Tabra ilihimahungnaqtut. Tabra taam na ilitsoripkaitqugaloartunga inyungnun na ilihimasauraqtuaqunni tabra taina tunaglaan $8,000 tun kiñaranik aitsorniaqait. Tamatkuat ilitsoripkasauraquting tabralutta tabralu oqauti ya qanoqtaman na ilitsoripkallakkayaqait aakangat taaptuma Frank Grubin qanuheqautimingnik naagaluunniin ilitsoraniaqutimingnik hunaluunniin ilitsorillammagaan ilitsorilliauktut. Quyanaq. Tabrataapkuat palihimat ingmiktauqa oqallautillagat kihiming iqallauutillagat qanuhiqauting mingnik naagaluunin qanuq ivaqliutimingnik naagaluunin ilitsoqirap mingnik oqautillagat taamna aakauruaqqa taaptamiga ivaqliqtuat tabrauna hivuhiruamik tainna pingitsut qiyanaq oqaqti tabrauma minihitamun apeqiruuttaria qugaluariga una qanoqluut tamatkuatinna tabra qanoqinmagaati qanoq ilitsorip kallaquguiluarlugi tamatkuat tabralutam taina ikayoqugal piaqtunga tabrauna tabrailoqaitang inilihimarut tabrailihimarut qanoqlu tabrailoqata taitna tabrataitna tanaglan uanga taitna pilaitkit tabra palihimat uvangalu palihimallu allagitu taitna uvanga taitna na pitquliriilaitkika tabra kuat utaqtartuat tunleikminslu utaqtartuanik taurik naalaktaaratka allang ai na tammaungnartaangaakku qanoqoqaarmata qiyanaq kiñaurinikuna monaqri tabra uanga taitna oqaqtuarlunga taitna pileitsunga tabrauna qandutanaglaani na Inuvialuktun nahavak paurauti taamna ilitsoqania piaqlugu tabra taitnalu tabra qandutanaglaan na tamanna havauttariiniartilaagranga ilitsoqigikput pangmapak
Get that when things are going through the cabinet process, there's cabinet confidentiality, and you can't, as a minister, suppose the outcome of that. I guess I'm trying to understand what is going to cabinet potentially or could possibly be done. My understanding is version 1 was an Indigenous employment policy and a diversity and inclusion policy, which added a number of new categories, including P2 and disability and sexuality and racialized persons. That was version 1. We went out and engaged on that. Version 2 essentially dropped the entire equity, including the old P2s, and just had an Indigenous employment policy. So those are the two options. I'm just wondering, is there some sort of third possible amendment that exists or is in the works to the affirmative action policy? Is there more work being done that may or may not result in the change? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I certainly can speak to what is in the What We Heard report that came forward as a result of the engagement that was undertaken regarding the affirmative action policy. And in that, Mr. Speaker, the recommendation there really is, again, that the affirmative action policy is out of date, that it is inadequate, that it is unnecessarily complex. And coming from that, what was also contained in that report is that there be an Indigenous employment policy to offer priority hiring to Indigenous persons. That is an area where we all know that we have failed and have continued to fail for 30-some years under this policy. It simply has not achieved its purpose or targets. And then secondarily, Mr. Speaker, with respect to a second employment policy, a broader employment policy, That's not what the data seems to suggest is required under Statistics Canada. It's certainly not an area that seems to be required in terms of looking at our own demographics as a public service. And there are other tools already in play, such as the diversity and inclusion framework, that might speak to it. So those are the recommendations that were put back to us via the work that was done over the last couple of years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Mumfway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that a person with a disability may receive extra funding to pay for things related to the disability. However, I am concerned still around the reporting requirements. Oh, okay. I thought he was out. You see that? Okay. Sorry about that. Of those with disability, is the government looking to make this list burdensome on residents? I know they ask for utility bills, rent, disability assessment form, disability benefit from the federal government, notice of assessment from previous tax year. How often is all of this required? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Employment Assistance Program provides funding to people to help meet their basic needs. So it is not a program to make people rich or anything like that. So I understand that for the amount of money that you get, it can seem like a lot of work to provide all of these documents. That is why at the beginning of this assembly, I set out to change the program and overhaul the program. And we have done the work, and we are months away from launching the new income assistance program for seniors and persons with disabilities. Once that happens,
tamat ingming hulakot matkot ikayor ni rakapti tavertaitna
our bill is. So
ilitrab kak patigutin na tamatkot habaktivut ilitrab kak patigit kanutinagalan kilirniakti lakraming huamatinik nagalunin hunik ikayurak patigitin na kanolo taitna tinagalan 16 tatkakautini nagalunin atawimi ukiumi taitna lutabra ilokatat ilikayoni rakaptigit tamatkot okak tabra ilihimarugut taitna tinagalan pingahunik ikayo taitna pingahunik taitna ikayutik saptingnik ilihimarugut kuyanak kuyayak parlit kiya tamna kiulang mga taitna tabrulu taitna utokana taitna ikayutik sanginnik tuhala kamakuyahuk parlit sunga isuatun taitna ikayo na amati tabrana tabraptawak ilulakiruanik ilulakiruat tapko tabra ikayo na tangit igilulakiruat na akiliniak tuat igilulakiruanik nagaluni tamatkot na kuyanak ukakte tabraptawak tamatkot na munakayuga kamitigit kanutunagalan kinyaranik ay choktoa kamitigit habang itchot ingmigtigun hulak tuat nagaluni utukanat tainay kayoktoa ayay kuyanak tayo makimalang na aktiwit hibikit chuamit
Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Member for Inuvialuktun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In one word, I can summarize this assembly.
Tabraw kot tamat ko tamayro tiglamingnik tabraw tay nalo tamat tuma puwaklonim pekahota nagatay may kolak para kani tem ikolak para kani lo tabraw tamat ko na nagligalawakit ka tamat ko na pi Inuvialuktun tabraw tok tabraw kuya pel lalikit kau kot tauchikun na mani akapiligin yap kata okakti
To be seated onto cabinet had to learn.
tabraw lokata ilihakota tamat mga akapilingo kakapta tabraw tamat kopta tabraw tay na ilokata tay na tabraw tamat ko nga na hanap tigo taman na puwaklo na tay na luto ikolak para mata nagalo ni ulak para mata tamat ko tautung nawutiligit kaptigit mani tabraw tamat ko nami na pigak para kanak to kasi malugib-lugit kano herawti kirangit tamat ko na Inuvialuktun it kagib-lugit tamat ko lu tay na hibunnioktit okaktit ilokainik tay na ilihima na tabraw tay na isumalugib-lugit utok kanat tay na lo tabraw isuatun tay na ang alatsikapta kuya paralit kaya tam na mani Northwest Territories ni huwag matiptaw iglaw na tutkik kakani akaptiyo tay na tabraw 2021 tabraw tay mani ulik pauraktuak Fort Simpson Jean Marie taman nalo tabraw tay na kanok Jean Marie kagiblugo tabraw tay na kanok taman na imak ulik pauraman imak tam na pikimap ka na lugo tay na huinyalip ka kung idlugo tam na huwa matakpak tabraw tamat ko dit na ikayo tibluting ataw chiko naman mo tay na ikayo tibluting tabraw tam tikitan na hangat muna kadlaw takmik ka nga tam na igilungat huwa matakpait tabraw tay na tabraw lokanyik tamat ko dit na 2022 tabraw tay na ilitsukik kabutay na tunaglan kano tunaglani na ulak para kaman tam na Hay River Hay River mitchakvik pa nga tamat ko tabraw hawaktit na munakrido at tamat tuminga tabraw kuyak paralitit kay na tamat ko at akyak din rin matigit tay na ulik para man nagalunin iko ulik para man tabraw ulik para man tabraw ni tabraw tay na Hay River taw kaptigo tabraw tay na ulik para ligit chuak Hay River ahin ikuala na gutiligiluni upinakapat Yellowknife tabraw ubagot tay na mani Yellowknife mitot tabraw tay na kanyarayak tabraw tay na kanyarayak na iditsukilabot kano tunagalan tamat ko dit na kawamani hawak tot hibunnioktit
There's a lot of work to do.
Hawak paurak himarut. Aglan, tabralu tamat kot na tawani na Paradise Garden na tabrani Paradise Garden tabrani tun hunila ka nauri rakta tabratam na pe na ikol lakuni tabrahuya ko tiliganya ka tabrani tamat ko din na ili pechikomi tabra na Hamati man na kamera kalawak tilugu tayo na muna kaligin niya kat. Tabalo tayo na. Ilokay niyo tayo na muna kalaw taligin niya matigit ko yung power ligit chunga. NCPC. Tabalo kating tayo na habak tingita. Nagaluni mo nakrirot NCPC nig mun hoa matakpang nagtamat ko tabra hoa matakpay tayo na napaktit kamalin niya kay tayo na huslugalap kakalawak nagit. Biyak ko lagalawak tilugit tabra tam na napapkaligin niya ka at kuya powerlit kit ka. Ilan ni tamat ko tin na hukalip ka gati ko tin na kilometer nga tabelo kilometer tura ko tayo na tamat ko pit kupihugalo ako luwit kana ko luwit pinyangin nyap tigit tamat ko tin na tabelo tamat ko tin na piyak ko lagalo ako ting tabelo tayo na kanok tamat ko tin na muna kanyak tuat tamat kualoy na Norman Welsme tabertay na Friday milyoni tabertam na ilitsarap kayo tamat ko nga kanok tilangin yik tamat ko kanok ang laro tingin yik tay nalo kanok araw tingin yik lo.
Business case is out for consultation with our Indigenous partners as well with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I need to thank many people. I was Minister of Health.
And you get to na kayo huluit pialarat ka? Bruce Cooper, Dr. Condola. Ilokanik, tabertap ko at kuya parlit kit ka? Kanito nagalan Colonel Dr. Carola. Ilitsarap kayo aktab tuminga. Tabertap tam na. Steve Lutit and Tapkolo na ilokanyik tamat ko ilokading tao chikun hawak tot taberlo tay na takpabunga aulak taktot taberlo tay na taberlo na tinagalani na taberlo tayo na tinagalani tamat ko at hawak paurak tot ako tinik nagalunin hunigila ka tamat ko nga hawak pauranik tayo na hawak tot kuya parlit kit ka pang mapakin na tamat ko loy na huwa matigtigun taberlo CEO me hawak toak taberlo tam na NWT taberlo tayo na kuya parlit kaya tam na habaw tarimang tam na NWT me Muhammad Titut Inuvialuktun Budlek taberlo tayo na lo Arlene Hansen tao kuya parlit kaya tayo na ikayo mga tayo na tinaglani na taberlo Inuvialuktun kuya parlit kit ka wang bootleg me minihitaw nga MLA nga Rachel Moran Kansan Val Daniel taberlo kanyik tapkod makperat Robert Collinson taberlo tamat ko na ikayo mga tayo na kanok ang alatsihong magay tatabra ni tayo. Tabra kanyik tamat ko Legislative Assembly mi hibun niya wik pang mi umani tabra kuyak parlit ka kuya ni tabra lo kuya ilan ni na ikawato ni nangalatsi galo ako ta ay na na ikawato ni na pingit kalawak na tabra hibulin tabra tao ko na kuya parlit kaya una Northwest Territories Mr. Tabarlo Temni kuya nakpag tabra 2019 mi tabra ilokata tayo na ilihim kanok nalurogod wapting nun nalugalawak togod ilan niptok awan mo ni ilan ni ikawato ni na malakatalet matkot pilayt kalawak tilugit tabra tamatkot 19 tun inuit tabra tao chikun nalukainak nalutibluta ilokata tabra lo ukakte tabra lo tabra kuya tabra lo kayanak kayanak parak Inuvialuktun Lake tabra na munakhirawak tabra kwat tabra lo time tamat ko dilakit ko 23 mi tabra tap ko din na munakhirawak tabra 23 tap ko ukot kolangit ilichakap kangit tabra ni tutumani taduk tuami aglak tani itut tabra lo 23 tabra tamat ko ilichakap kalakuit kate tamat ko okhrokorotigun kasalitigun tamat ko ilichakap kanyak tot kaya ilichakap kalau kitkaw mani malakotaleani itok kaya nakpak humunilya kanyak tot amanga tabra na tabra kon Karamau Northwest Territories ni September 22 23 lo kaya nako kakte tabra kwat Katrina tabra taitna 2023 mi tamna hunya ginyaka taptuma malakotaleani ko kaktot tamna hebuliak ona hebulik sangat tuglia ona tamna malakotaleak 23 74 75 70 83 84 85 52 55 tamna tap ko tabra tamat kon tabrunga malakataliano nit iliginyakot. Inuvialuktun legum amelenga una. Frame lake me. Kaya nako kakte. Kabrona 62-19 bracket 2. Malakataliak 74. Kaya pat hungin yak parang ukot. Kabrona tayo makimalang niyak tuod.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 62-19 brackets 2. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on the review of Bill 74, Forest Act. I will go to the Chair of Standing Committee or the Deputy Chair of Standing Committee on the Economic Development and Environment for any opening comments. Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, whoops, okay. The Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment took the job of reviewing Bill 74, Forest Act, very seriously. The bill itself will impact residents across the Northwest Territories in a tangible way if it receives.
Northwest Territories ikakahalo taman na litsa kakangat. Tam na tabra tight na tunaglani na. Tam na malakatala kanukin mga inyong na litsa kakangit. Tabra tight na ikakahalo man na litsa kaktot. Litsa kairot December 22-23. Tabra tap ko mat ko pingahuni inini ilitsarap kairo duminga. Tabra tok taman na kanok hilagput alangok tok tabra tam na o kakit kunakat ilitsarap kait niya niyak tutap minga. Tabra Enterprise June 2023. Tabra nga tap to mga pulakta na kota tabra ukakte tabra tok apakher takan kang tap ko to kawamaro na ikayo kubluting ikayo tekraming ni kibakala kanya bluting tap ko tabra tap na sa Enterprise 16 hanahuritini tabra tam na tabra ikolak para kana kahit tamat ko tunalaka tabra litchakap kakangit kanolo tamat ko alangok to tilapta tap tuma ikayungin migatiut tap ko lo tabra na ilitchakap kay kapta tamat ko na Tabra tamat code built 74 malawataliak. Tabra tight na tamat code habakati kamiti kawa makangit sat kawa matualung isat tabra tamat code na inuit tight na ikayirot. Tabra tamat code kayak paralit kay tap code kayak parak tot. Kahit na tawag chikon hawa kuting taman na tutkik kaligin marung kuya barley tika. Kahit na loli tsarap kairo tok, kahit na ilat tsarap kuya nakpak kakti. Tam na malakatilak 62. Inuit tabra from Lakeman. Kaya pa kauklak nagalo ni okakti.
For the work that we collectively put into the bill. I also want to especially thank those that made written submissions and appeared before us in Wati.
Wati Fort Simpson tap ko kayo parak tot kayo litit ka. Tabalo tayo na ilitsarap ka lang matigot kanok ka ilitsarap ka linyapta ili inyong nik ili himahuktonik tabalo tam na taok nalunar litit kiga. Tabalo tayo na tapot na Taimal naptigo na pingil naptigo tamna tabrani kati mahalok togut aglan kati mangilinyapta develop dokta na tamna ilichore kralok develop tamat kwat ilit nalunan regili kita develop taina tamna hivunik rakpotuna pinyakakpot hivunik rakpotit nalo tutkhaitik rakpot tamna piglitia.
As the technical working group in the chamber. That just hasn't happened before. So
Develop tamna na ataw chikuni na pilita tamna malakotaliak 74 develop tamna akollagami taap tumani katimakapta hivunniorotak pagmi katimakapta hivunniokapta nalunanreviliitkik putamna nalo hivuni pikapta tamna ayangarok aglan unahoamarok na malakotaliak 74 Tabrokot Inuvialuktun tamna tamna malakotaliat 74 ukot kaba maurot koyagiliit kitkai na tun malakotalianik tabra na malakotakranik ilyakiliitsut Tafko tabra 22 tun malakotakraliat tabra ilyakilim matatap kuninga tabra tapkot na kawamat uwagut kawamaurogut pirokrakaluariput tapko ingmiktiun kawamakaktot pingit ka tamna kanuherautigilait kat taptimani tabra malakotalemi 74 mi ditut tamna tabra lutak 22 tun tapkot penik kimang nakabut tamat tabra ili matkot ili chorehung nakabut aglan tabra tapkotin na hivunek putin na itok tabra lutay na ngitin na ataw chikunin na ataw chikun tam na hak na atong marjung atong lugo ilokatingin na ataw chikun ilichorep kairot kihunigilaka tabra tam na khoyagipialalit kitka tap tuminga pimmata tabra tamat kotin na na bulak taktonik na minihitawro tamat kot 5 to 600 tulun ni tabra tamat nanik tautuktualia nikik agalaktanik tautuktualia kemarut tabra wagutit na tabrungangit tabrungangit shot wapting nun tabra ilokating te na malong ni ataw chimi kati makatigi tuagu tabra malong ni tabra Ravelo kating tamat ko ting miktigun tayo na tap ko pinakalakalawat. Tap ko ulit ba? Tabar tamat tum nga tayo na malakot talemik pakakaming tabar tamat ko din na ilokain nyo nilitsarap kakalawak taman inyo na aktonan. Kihunod laka. Tabar tayo na tapot pening matakihenik tabar pening matakihenik tabar ilitsarap kalawat tabar tam na isuy gigiga. Tayo na tabar tamat ko nga ang alatsirot islawaki galawakit ka. Tabaraglan ilitsarap ka hakpata tabar ni ikayok tinilyo na tamat ko din na ilig maungak pata apikauta kakalunga tamat ko nga. Kaya nakpak kakti. Great claiming. Kaya nakpak tabar utak takapta tayo na apikauta kakapta kati makapta tabar ni ilihimaronik kati makati kapta na isuwaki kakpitam na. Ikayok parakan nga tabar ni kanok wane habauta na huama hidoarikangan ni tabar ni ilitsarap kaiblyunga ilitsarap kaktakalunga hurakaw timingnik nagaluni kanok ang alaro timingnik. Tabar na nakuakipeka
around the Indigenous science and knowledge and that incorporation into each community or area's ability to fight their own fires and to be in charge or in control of their own fire management and forestry management plans. A lot of the elders spoke to us about in the past how fire would be dealt with, that they would come with shovels and buckets and put out every sort of area that they found. And in such manner they cared for the land. Over the years, in the last decades, fire science has changed. I have mentioned in the past that I grew up in British Columbia, which was a huge forestry province. I remember when the government decided to stop fighting the forest fires for fear that it was changing the ecosystems of the forests in BC. The example given was the pine beetle that destroyed a lot of BC's timber industry. And at that time, a decision was made from what they said was an ecological perspective, but also a financial perspective, because it was costly to go out into the forests and fight each and every single one of them. But what BC has that we don't have is that BC has fortified and built up municipalities. They have municipalities with fire departments. They have resources within their own municipal governments to deal with fires when they do arrive on their doorstep. We don't have any of that in the Northwest Territories, save maybe the capital city and a couple of the regional centers. And even then, it's clear that they were woefully underprepared and understaffed, under capacity for any of what's happened in the past while. In 2014, ENR did lessons learned on the fire season that year, in which we saw unprecedented amounts of our forests burn. At the time, ENR presented to the government, or to the engineers and geoscientists on the fires and said that the regeneration of the forest was not the same any longer because the intensity of the fires in 2014 was so great that the regenerative seeds that were needed to come and bring back the forest and the plant life were all scalded or scorched and were not able to come back in the same manner. So the fires in 2014, the department was aware that they had altered the landscape and the climate and the vegetation of the territory irrevocably at that time. So now fast forward and we're sitting here in 2023, 9 years later, and we didn't seem to learn any lessons from that. And instead, we've allowed fires to burn. My colleague has spoken often to
Tabertam na kanod naglani na kanoklo taber wagut na wagut kang kawamaragut taber tak tait na inyugek dot tait na allang waktu takangi tukot kawamarod mani na inyugutip ting nun allang ahiblu tap ko tabra na tabrap takit na natin naglan tamat ko tit na ing miktigunit na inyo na ako timingnik na ilitsarap kayo at kaya barlit kit ka tabralo taktaho tatay na pakrutanik nagalo ni okaw tigilakakluwit tabralo tay na tawak tamat ko tit na ilitsarap ka niya ako ta mat ko nga na tamat ko nga nalunay ako tinik pakangit pa ta license tik pilakagay tamat ko ilitsarap ka na akluwit kanok atuti umagay ta tabralo tay na tay na to naglaan na tabra ilitsarap ka mikangan kanok alagay tilap tingnik tap ko atok kamitigit tamat ko na nalunayin ngut at tay na license nik pilakagay nalunayin ngut tsaka kagay kanok angunay ako tit nagalunin tay na tabra ilitsarap ka kangan itap tumnya mampramin tabra kuya parlit kit ka tabra tay na tamat ko na ataw chikon na pirakamata tabra ilokang ni tay na ilokatik tay na hawakatiging mata kuya parlit kit ka tabra na tanngong ichot kihiming pingit kait tabralo tawak tamat ko na ing miktigun na kakto at nagalunin ing nunaming niya kanok angalat chichirot o kakalit kait habak pawrak kamaru tap ko tay na tabrat watimun pero tabrungak togut Wati Fort Simpson tabra ay pani munakrik mata Inuvialuktun nakulhak tayo mani pang mapakahin alang ahirok kanok ikayut itamat ko at ikualang man na ikualag taman na tayo pitay lira marung tay na inawaranuk tay lira marung tay na ikualag para kalawak tilugo tabra alang hirok tam na munakrinyak ikualag to lakiritikon tabra lo tay na tabra ni tay mani Taimani namuna kari huro tait na ikollaktuanik. Ikollaktuara kari tait na tingmiroaluga koteng tait na taramik tautuktua na kamilarea koteng tamattuminga nunamik ikollaktuamik iliutsoqiliqaartut qilamitsuuraniaq. Tabralo Fort Smith River Pechuko la Inuvialuktun tait na ullaqti takkangit munari nayaqaluartuat ingmiktikun. Tabra tait na lo tait na tabra tait na koteng tabra tait na tamatkot aullaqti taqtat aullaqti takrangit naungit kaluartuat aullaqti taqariait. Tabra lo inyuniaqutibut naagaluunin tamatkuatti na tait na faaqpit qungit kaluarnerit kaukot. Ilitsuqiniaqut tamat tait na mannanuna ingmigun uqallaruq. Ilihimagikput nanakput qanoq angallarutiqrangat qayanaqpak. Sabachamin. Tabra qoyaqparlit kitkatamatkooti kayuaqparaart. Tait na tabra ilitsuqikkarput tait na qanutinagalaan tamanna ikollaktuaq eqqinaqqiviuni ikollakparaqtuaq. Tait na tabra taamna ilitsuqipkaliutsunga tamattuminga. Inuvialuktun na tabra taamna tabra iluqata tait na ilitsuqipkainiaqtuamik tabralu tait na tullagalaan nalu allangurukpat rung taamna malaqutaliaq ingmiktigun tabra tait na isummatiiqqartugut iluqata. Aippaapak tait na iñut uqaqilarigaat. Tait naqaniarniplugu pikkangat na aippaani imma. Iluqata tabra tait na ilihimagikput hilakput tait na hialuk pauraqtuamik tuhaqanaitsoq. Matko tabra nalaktuaptiit qanuqilihimarut nunamingit aglaan quyayaqparlit kitkamatko ikayuiruat.
That we congratulate the people that sat at the table and try to mediate through these really different and difficult decisions that were put in this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. General comments to the committee report? There are no further general comments. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Merci to committee and others who made comments regarding the bill. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories undertake an independent third-party comprehensive review of government of the Northwest Territories fire prevention and suppression with public engagement. And further, this review should consider the policy framework, coordinate.
Una tabra kavamauranun waptingun uvani kavamauranun himmahut kukaloria una kanok ilitsurep kainiarneq inunnun kihunun leqa inaurlaanun ininyun frame like min. Una uqaagilornagittai Martinit kigauna. Tabrona una malakotaliaq imma isagutilaqatakaqput taamna ikollak paraqtaaq pigaluartinnagu. Friday me? Tabrona apiqruta qarluartuanga taaptimunga ilitsore fauklunga qanoqitilaanganik mattuma allangortuamnunam. Taamna kihianik ikollaktuat kihianik uqaangaarilugi pigingaarilugi naagaluuni tamatkuatinna tabraukkuatinna kia kihutaglaan tabrapiniaarneqpatigit tukuat uma at katimak pauraqaptai nalu hivunniortitupagutin na igilorpangmi hivunniorutibut matkuatin na malaqutaliamik illaqingiitkupta tamatkuat tabrokua na ilhimarigibut taapkuat malaqutaliung ngitsugut hivuani taaptuma aglaan uma ikollakkaluartinnagu tabrataamna tabrani hivunniuqqimarugut tabralaptaq taapkuatin na ilitsurilaqrabut. Friday mi tabra ilitsu taapkua pingayuruaq taamna malaqutalianik illaqqihimaruaq tabra taamna agilaktanun ilitqugiga tabralu taamna pitqupiarlugupigiga qiyanaq. Tabra unaptaq ikollak paraqman tabra isumalugimmiga tabralu taitna utuqqanaat matkuatu qaqatigimikatka tabra taitma tabraptaq taitna taamtuma inyum munaqilaqigay takpavan tak na qutsiktuami na ilihimana ilitsoqiniaqqutin tabrawai pet qamitiqukkangit tabraptaq taitna ataramik taitna inyuniaqtuat tamatkuat inyuniaqtuat taitna pilluatangilligitkay taaptuma tabranaluqqinaqtuq tabrahuli qanohiqautiksanginik taapkuat tabralu taitna ilitsoqipiaquta huniaq qanuherautinganik taapkuatinna na aullaqtitaaqqikamitigit inuit qanoq taitna tabra ikuallaktuaqli taitna illi tabra tamatkuatinna Tai na ikolak to alingit kik put ikolak tai na lo tamat ko di na muna krirot ikolak to la kiritap kot ittu kragalot tabrani ilihimaru kragalot kanok not kaktita kramik tap tuming kamita kramik ikolak para na gutimman. Nagaluni mikingani na kamita kamisung ikolang na yaichok. Tabralo tamat ko di na palihimat nagalunin human tabralo bagutay na waptikon pihukaloak putap ko tay na ay patitun ay patay tabertay na ikayok parak hemagikput kuya nakpag chaniday waliday kuya nakparay ilokadin nakaanyak parong nakaanginyak parong day chomin tapkwa tabertam na ikolak to lakirot tay na ilichop kalakwalo ikit ka inuit tay na tamat tuminga na ikolak to lakirot kuya nakpak frame like me tabraw na Fort Simpson mukkimarogu tamna malakatala ako kakay ukaw tigelo kaptigo nagaluni lichakip kayak takota kanok inyak tilakrang tamna malakatala kanok isumati magan tamat ko din na lichakip kay nanilaka tay na tabertay na tunaglan kanu tunaglan nalugatin yut ilokayta.
And I guess I understand maybe the need to keep some of that confidential in terms of values at risk and maybe some of the immediate work that they're doing in the air and on the ground, but to not have any public access to that data is not very helpful. The staff are doing a great job, but they've got to find ways to share more of that information. And I think that's what this recommendation is really aimed at, is making more of that kind of information available to the public. I also want to say too that just before the evacuation, I was totally exhausted because I was trying to do fire smarting around our own house. When I went on their website, there was a lot of good stuff there about fire smarting, a lot of good stuff. But you got to kind of dig to find it. Some of it's not their documents, they're found on third-party sites and things. There's a lot of really good stuff there about fire smarting. Tried to do as much as we could before we left. But it's not organized in a way that's very user-friendly. So I think I'd like to add in here that that's another reason why this information can be better organized and communicated. It's just not there in a user-friendly way. Anyways, the staff do great work. They have some really great tools. We just got to find ways to share that and make it more understandable for everybody so that they can access this stuff. And that's what this recommendation is really aimed at. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. To the motion, Member for Tunade-Willade.
Chair, and again, I always ask myself, how did we find ourselves in this situation? How did we get here? Communications is a big part of trying to get this information out to the public. And what went down here, it was really scary for a lot of people, especially in my riding in Tunade, where I was in Fort Resolution. On one hand, we have fires happening in the south of us in Fort Smith, and you get the one in Hay River. Depending on which way the wind is blowing, Fort Resolution, we're caught in there. The roads get shut off, but we're okay. The thing is that the air quality in that community adjourned for, oh geez, I would say about 6 weeks, was poor. We had birds dying, and yet, I was a little concerned about how the GWT could have been more proactive as to dealing with air quality in that community. However, when I was there for that time, I listened to all the announcements that were made on the radio and the briefings they got, etc. I would say that we should have a better handle on a protocol as to who's speaking and that kind of thing. Because right now we just have one individual constantly on there, but then that person is just an officer of government. But yet the executive, we should have been really there in terms of having somebody there, speaking for this government. This came up in my writing, and to see that didn't happen. So we definitely have to improve as to how we communicate to the residents of the Northwest Territories, especially on a fire like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that there be an annual meeting between relevant government of the Northwest Territories departmental staff and each community to review values at risk, fire prevention and suppression preparedness, coordination of efforts and related matters. Merci.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Again, speaking to the motion, Madam Chair, and I just finished talking about communication. When we talk about value of risk, etc., I know in our community,
Tight na isummatigi peligit katap ko. Tight na isummatigi kap ko nagaluniro kauti kakati kapti tamat inyune akto ding mi iniming ni o kakto tight na go tabra tamat ko na. Ilat ni hapekra uru tight na kati makpaktuani o kaura lightshut. Aglan ilitsaka peakakating ilitsaka peakakating ahitema o kallahi payaktud o kapela itchutaglan tamat ko tutok kanatin ngin ay pani ilihimabluting ilitsaka ni huting. Kaya nakpak Trinidad-Willowday. Frame like me. Kaya nak.
We constantly heard concerns around the size of fire breaks, whether they were adequate, also concerns around the adequacy of their fire prevention, suppression capacity within communities. Some people in communities wanted to have a fire crew based in their community, kind of on standby. There was concerns around, I guess, and I don't know all the details, but I guess the training and certification of the folks that fight fires, very, very high level, very rigorous, as it probably needs to be. But as people get older, they're not able to meet those physical requirements, but they still have a huge amount of experience in actually firefighting, and there doesn't seem to be a way to continue to engage and keep those people on somehow to help younger people. So those were some of the kinds of concerns that we heard, and this set of recommendations arise in the report. They're kind of beyond the scope of the bill, but we felt it was important to document.
Tamat ko ilitsaka kapti tamat tight na o kaktot utokanat inyalat nutakat tight na kati makaming tabra lagitut kanok taman na ikolaktot na kamilagayok patigit nagaluni kanok ikayuti kranik nagaluni tamat ko hurakauti kraming yik litsaka tamat kuning. kanaqulutai na atautsikunin na katimalaq patan naagalunin tautsikuni uqautigilugu taamna taapkoolu tabe sibunniiqtit atanneqqortangitsin na inawallaat tabe taamna tainnatunagalaani na isummatigilakput atautsikuaqqaaqata taamna tabe tutqikkiniangitkikput fewer besouth qiyanaq qaniqtuaqapkuuna taamna malaqutaliaq isummatigikapkuitna qanaq ikuallanagutimman qanaqulutamanna tauduktuaqqimagiga taapkuatinna kavamauruat naagaluni matkuatingmiktigun ikayuiniaqtuat tabe ilitsuqipiaqtuanga tabeani itna tamatkuninga malaqutaliuqqimaluanik tabe taapkuat naalaktuagrabut tabe lutaitna upinaqaami taitna ikuallanagutimman taapkualu piiguumanahigi taitnalu tabe qappini qanutunagalaan tamatkuatitna ikayuiruat naagalunin qanoq isummati tamatkuatitna taitnalu tabe tamatkuati ilitsuqinayaqait aullaqtitagrat naagalunin tamatkuat tabe tamatkualuillaatni na nalupqiñaqqilariga taitna uqaqtuat avanmun uqaqtuat qanuquniaqtilagramingnik nalupqihulaqartut qanaqulu tabe taamna na isummatigikapku tautugupiaqiga una angalaruutingat qanaqulu tabe taitna tamatkuat qanuhilliqa piñagutikpata illuilliaqikparrung nunakput naagalunin inikput qanuhiqautigranik taamna illiqihimanayaqtugut taaptuminga taapkualu tabe tamaani na apqutiqpagmiptauq ikuallakpauraqtuat taapkualu illagiluipiñayaqibut ilihimanayaqtugut qanuhiqautigraptingnik
And we need that staff.
qanaquluptauq tabe taapkuatinna ikayutigraptingnik ilihimarugut qanutunagalaat tabe tamatkuatitna ilihimagibut atuutigrabut ikayuiruat tamatkuninga na ilihimanayaqtuat ikuallaktuanik naagalunin qanuhiqautigranginnik ilihimaruat tabe tamatkuatpini tabe illaatni itna nalupqihulaqartut illaatni iñuit qanuhiqautigrangmingnik Mumford-Min qiyanaq tabraukuatitna tabaqanitan 4 million hectares taitnatunagalaan na ikaullakkimarut qanoq kavamat tamatkuat tabar tap kuatit na. Tait na ko tabar inyugek to tait na. Ikayok slernya to ikolak tonik. Tabar tait na ikayu hugalok to daglan tait na ndikit chokol aglan pangmapak. Na ilihimakpaktot tabar tamatkot na angalatsirot na pipiangit na nalo kanok kanoklu hannayagupta hannayautisraptingnik ilihimanayaktugut kanok hannayanayak tilagraptingnik utok kanat nagalunin inyala tamani itot tabarlu utok kanat ilihimarot kanok inyunayakatimingnik mani nunaptingni. Tamat ko tabra ETC, tamat ko tabra ilokating tait na taman na habaw takiligo pilakragalo kayat. Taman na hanayakalakpot. Nalurutaw tamat ko habak tot mani. Tabra nalum minyakot nalum kehung minyakot. Tabra tamat ko din na ikolak tolak kirone. Habak tot yan ni malong ni. Tabra tait na utak takto ako ting humili ka tabra tait na aulak ti takota. Tabra pang mapak tait naktangit sut. Tabra tap ko tait na tabra tait na tunaglanin na kamit sungit ka tam na ikolak paurak tok. Tait na tabra tap ko tait na isum matigiblugo. Fifteen tun kyak tabra iglunik tamarak tu di kolak paurak man. Tamat ko atin na inyunek to angone ako ting tabra tait na inyunek to tait na inawalani tabra na utak tinyeng chung nakikput nunakput tabra tait na ilitsukap kay kakoni kanokin maga tamat ko at inawalani ilitsukap kakalugit tait na tabra kihenik inyunek aktugut pang mapak. Kanakulu ataw himi na ilitsarap kairoanik nalo pening man huna taman na pening man kanok angala ruting anik ilitsarap kakayak tuud kaya nakpak. Tabra tam na ilokata. Tabra tamat ko atin na tait na ilihimarot na tamat ko nga kati makatigilugit kihunulaka kanakulo tabra tait na tabra ilokay ni tamat ko ilitsarap kakayakay. Frame Lake kaya nak. Ilitsari kanok lo tamat ko din na angalasingit naagaluli palaqutaleangit ilitseriguptiit qanoqinnaariarpatamna tamna pigaluartinnagu malaqutaleaq ilitserip kaaqqaaruta naagaluuniin qanutunagalaan apiqiutaarrasugut hutilaanginnik matkuat tamatkuatit na isummati kaptigitsa pirakraqigivut taitna Qiyanak
Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that if the overall legislative timeframe allows, there should be the ability to extend standing committee reviews of resource management bills to allow for completion of the collaborative review process. Merci.
The motion is in order to the
malaqutaleanik pihaupta tamatkuatit na litserip kaaqqaaruta Taraptaaquna qallauti ka pangma taapna pigaluarnagu Tabalutaitna atauchikun inna katimara qaqtugut katimaqatigivlugit inna tamatkuat kihut qanoq havauttarimmagaan taapkoilu havaktuat inna qanoqeraamagaita qanoqlu tamatkuat inna isummati kamitigit inna allagiikkaluartillugit taitna tabra qanoqtamna ilitseranayaarpigu utiqtarruting taitna avanmuni na uqqaqatigittartuat ilaatni tabra aqullagrawa kihianikuna uqqautigilarik tiguhuuq tabra taitna taaptuminga ilitsumaugut taaptumanga piarlugautiptingnik naagaluuniin illuatun pingillutiptingnik taamna tabra illuara piarlugu pigaluarikpat qiyanak oqaqti Teichomi tabra unikat nutit kuitaukat tabra tamatkuatit na taitna katimaritukuat allagiiktut pingahurut taapkua ingmiktigun katimarit naagaluunin avunga allanun pigliagup timiit nakunayart frame lakemin tabra kuatit na ilaatni ingmiktigun aulaqtitilaitkaat taitna tabra qanoqitilakranga taaptama аллаги на инаваллаани илитсеқипкааниартуутитна кихуллекаа илитсеқипкаарниаккангит тавертаамна иттукралуартаврани канорулутаитна илитсеқимиккумин таапкунанга или кихуннуллекаа оқарик паррун илитсеқилаар тингаахин утқутилугу утқутианиккумитсун таймаахин таврангаани илитсеқипкал илитсеринаяқтут илуатун тааптуминга ангалатахрамик таверtaamna тааптумани малакаталиами таамна таиннануут чукраалаақ фреймлейкмин куянақ тавермга таамна тавермалакаталиақ пихаақаптигу таамна нааннаптигу таваптаартайна илитсериккарпут тайна илангит пигалуарнагит илангиттаарпивлугит тайнаартиллугит тайнахатин таваилитсериккаратаамна таваптаартаамна таймааққимааллаккапта хавангихааллаккапта таваатаамна илагивлугу пигалуаккарпут aqullerimi taamna uqarikkarput tavertaamna tainatinagalaattauqqaa taapkaaptauqtava NGOs ilitseripkaimmirat taina qanorniartilaagraminnik tainatinagalaattava tauq tavertaapkuatinna uaptingnikitna ingmiktigun kavamauruat naagaluni uvagut kavamauruagut tavra iloqating tainna atoqqimagaataamna tamatkuatinna itsum apaqherittarigaluakkara qanoq tamatkuatinna ilitseriniartangat ilitserivarung
For the Mineral Resources Act regulation development. I've been critical of that process, but they did actually go out and secure additional resources to do the work. I just simply believe that other departments need to be able to access similar additional resources. This is not run-of-the-mill stuff. We now have a legislative development protocol that we have to live up to, and departments need to get more resources to do this important work. And that's what this recommendation is about. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Member for Tunade Waladay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Waladay taakuna. Tabrauna nuktitam munutain lang niartunga. tabrapta ko nga wakati katkaukot tabrain Inuvialuktun na Ilocano kia tawluid ilit sarap kalaukit ka. Tabrapta tamat ko din na duwamin kutsik doanin kabaman na ilit sarani akluid ilit sarani kaptigit. Tabrapta tayo na tamat ko din na pirakay butam na ang halugo otnik pirakayatanik tun tabra ang halugo tam na ang kanago tam na hagbekilay chikutunig laka about takanya of tiguna. Ilokatitay na ilihimagiput. Tabrapta na tabra ilokatitay na kabamaligit taw yung miktiun na kanok tamaratay na tamat ko din na ikayoktik sa mingnik pakit tukrakalot. Tabralutay na tabralutay na ili tap ko tabra ingmiktiun kaba makaktot tabra taw chikunin na ili sarap kakrakalot.
To lands and resources. So I know that this is important for the people who settled their land claims already. And it just, I would like to see this, the co-drafting be done with the indigenous government, not just with the public government, because GNWT is a public government, and community government of Bichaku, Wati, Gamity, and Wigwiti are all public government as well. So it should be done with the indigenous government. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that departments undertaking the co-drafting of resource management legislation and regulations should share more information with the public about policy options and policy intentions and conduct public engagement earlier in the process. That is, not wait until the end of the co-drafting process. And further, public engagement can and should run concurrently with the co-drafting process. Masi.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Environment and Climate Change prepare a detailed budget and work plan for continued co-development of regulations necessary for a new Forest Act, allowing for more public engagement on those regulations and the implementation of its new responsibilities under a new Forest Act. Masi.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to speak to this one. I want to speak to the resources that this government actually got for forest management. The responsibility was, of course, originally held by the federal government, and back in 1987, there was a
1987 me tap ko tabra na ukuna ukot kaba maurot $24 million tun aicho kemakang $55 million tun. Tay na tun naglaan tabi ukot kaba manun aicho tigirat.
The department spends about $35 million a year on forestry. That includes fire suppression and management. So there seems to be a gap there where maybe all the money that GNWT was getting for forestry is perhaps not actually being spent on it in a normal, regular year. And the reason why I raise this is this new legislation creates some very significant new tools and responsibilities on our government when it comes to sustainable forestry. There's going to be there should be forest ecosystem management plans. There could be forest harvesting agreements. There's supposed to be forest monitoring. And a lot of this is going to be ecosystem-based management, working collaboratively with Indigenous governments and co-management bodies. That's a lot of new responsibilities on this government, and this government needs to have the resources to do that. Why is this important? If we want forestry to take off here and begin to replace wood that's imported, we need to be able to identify where people can do the harvesting and ensure that the research and monitoring that can support those economic.
Nagaluni kanok inyune ako tingit tamani naralani tabertay na tapko tabertay na tunagalan kanutun kinarani katokone aktot tabelo ilihamarut kanutunagalan matkot inyune ako tingni na kanok naurot matkot na paktut okpit tay na tamatkot nagalunin kanuhilaka nauro tamani kayo na about kanagi dinu na nautkinyangit chutamani ilokan tay na atutkinyangin nahuilu tabertam na isumati tabertay na taber ilimarut tamat ko tamatay na malakotalanik pigupta kuya nako kakte tamat ko tabra ilia tamatung ili kirigut taptun nga Bill 74 tabra tamna ili charap kala kirigut taptung nga minhitaram tabra tamna Bill 74 malakotalayak 74 taber tamat ko na nauniak forestry tamani taber tamani tot tay na tunagalan ilichoy kabut kanu tunagalan tay na piakluk tak duit tamat ko Tabertai na ilihimarugutai na tunagalan koyak parli kitka tamat kot tabat tap kop tawkit na ikayuirot wani iglupting ni hivun niyak pang mi taber tamat kot ilichok kabut nagaluni ni na bill 74 malakotalayak 74 taber ilichok rugut tap timnga tamat kop tawka na May First Nation tamat koti na hani biut tani ban chun na First Nation tamat kot ilokanyik tamat kot kaya kitka tamat ko ilokay atawlugi tamat kunani habak tot malakotaliam tap tuma taber 74 taber tawk na munakrirot tamat kuninga tam na tabra ni malakotaliak 74 taber tamat kodit na ataw chikuni na ilihimagibut tayo na tunagalan taber tamat kuninga habak kakatakalitsut kandu tunagalani na ikayone alugit tamat kodit na kepilakonikit na tokot sirakakto tamat kuninga na ronik taber tamat kod muna kaya krakalotok 22 tuntay na tunagalan tayo na taber malakotala kaligitsut taber tamat kodit na taber apakiutakak taber tap ko kan kulalakik the doctor intali taber tam na munakrirok tabraw na work wheeler tap ko tabra tayo na tabraw na tunumni taber tap ko tin na ilokanyik taber ilokating tayo na munakrirot tayo na alangok kamig nunap tingnik taber ko na
committee could be proceed with through review of the first co-drafted legislation of the Northwest Territories Indigenous Governments co-management bodies. The government of the Northwest Territories worked together with to create Bill 74. The bill was first piece of legislation to be reviewed under the process convention of the introduction, consideration, enactment of the bills drafted to pursuant to the Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol. Bill 74 is the second attempt at this legislation that did not pass in the 18th Assembly. It was important for this committee to be through this, its review to ensure the people had their voices heard when they weighed in on this bill. The committee held a public hearing in Yellowknife, Wati, Fort Simpson, Enterprise. The committee also received 6 written submissions. This enabled the committee to get solid understanding on how the intricacies
Taina tamat ko tsaka piauhluit kano katilangi mani katimalakala ichot na talimani inawarlani katimalakala ichot tsaka uting 37 to na malakotalianik kautigili kay tapkot. Tamat ko na hapakalo ako ting na karunak tapkot ingmiktigun kapamakaktot o kautigibluit. August 11, 2023. Lichakap kang itapkot. Kanolo alangok tilangat matuma 28 tun tabre malakotalianik iliakarot. Tam na 22 tun na tamatuma alangok tam hilapta tabre tay nakoting
I'd like to thank the committee.
Clearly, tabre good. Tabre tap good. Clear parli kita. Tabre tamat good na ilokating tay na ataw chicken na habakuta. Tabre ko aptari kayok titka clear parli kita.
And guided review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 74. Committee agree. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to repeat my opening remarks on the committee report other than to thank the Environment and Climate Change staff and members of the technical working group for getting us a bill that was much better than Bill 44 in the last Assembly and working collaboratively with us. But I have one area that I want to explore a bit here, and this was an area that the committee spent, I guess, a significant amount of time, at least in the early stages of our review, was the application of the bill as drafted. It seems to be a law of general application, and it wasn't clear to us how it would apply to private lands, Indigenous-owned lands, surface leases, and so on. So can I get the Minister to talk a little bit about where this act would apply? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. The Forest Act is a law of general application, which means that it applies throughout the NWT unless its application is narrowed in regulations. Some regulations on the Forest Act may be designed to make some powers such as harvesting of forest resources inapplicable on private lands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, one of the concerns that we had raised to us in a written submission was how the act would apply to, say, title property and say, areas where people have surface leases for various purposes. This legislation would seem to enable the department to issue forest licenses and permits on what might be privately owned or area-owned lands, or areas where the surface rights have been leased out. Is that the case? And if not, yeah, I'll start with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to Dr. Kelly.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned, we will need to develop some of the
Kayanak tabra apakautan kiulang niya tabra lo tait na tunagalan tait na tamat ko ding miktigun nunamik na na tao kanya aktor nunanik nagalunin na atok tanik atok kami tigit kinyaranik utak kinyaranik kilirudut tamat ko tabra ing miktigun tait na kanuhinik tamat kuning angaw tinik nagalunin nalunayan ko tinik tait na pirakabatit kanok lutay na itilangan taptimi nga ilitsaka liyaw kilok tunga tabalutay na tam na agalagtani itkukalo agalagtani kaya nakakte. Tabrona tayo na tabra katimaraktot katimarat kotin na okay tap ko luga habaktit na katimabliting miktigun tao tabra tamat kotin na tam na tabra ilitsarap ka kukalawat ka kihunun laka tamat ko tabra ilitsarap ka kalawat ka tayo na tunaglan tap ko tabra kanu tunaglan na tabra ko tap ko na katimarit tap ko katimaringi ha matakotaliangit
a longer list through regulations. So I just want to get the commitment on the record from the minister that that much longer list that was provided by committee is going to form the basis for some further work to be done on a regulation about what information can and should be made public. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes.
Member for Frame Lake?
Sorry, I got caught short there for a second, trying to gulp down some water. I want to thank the minister for that because was a much more longer list than what had been, what appears now in the bill. But with that, Madam Chair, I do want to move a motion to amend clause 14.1, and I'd like to move it as follows: that Clause 14.1 of Bill 74 be amended by A, renumbering that clause as subclause 14.1 brackets 1, B, by deleting paragraph D and E of that renumbered subclause and substituting the following. D, any forest harvesting agreement entered into under subsection 25 brackets 1. E, any extension or variation of the wildfire season declared under
Tapko tavra pilla kololitika FO tamat kolo tavra tait na ikolak parak pan matkoti na kanok bracket 2 tavra tait na section 45 3 tamat kop tavra talk tam na 45 subsection 42 kaya tabalutai na tinagalan kanoting tapkot pinyak tilakrangit tay naluing miktiun pihaw mitit si tay nalu tapkotit na tamatkotit na habaw takay hakalwanago habaw takay hakalwanago tamatkot naurot tamani nunapting ni tay na tamatkot na tamatkolo na ilitsara niya kangating miktiun di tabalu tay na tinaglani na ilitsara hakpatungit na tamatkot na piakluk takakpan piakluk takaniakpan taman na ilitsara ni kakting ingmiktigun pimalugo
perform or functions under this Act and is consistently treated as confidential information by the party providing the information. Merci, Madam Chair.
All right, members, because clause 14 is its own, and then 14.1 is a new one, we have to go back to clause 14. If members agree with that one, then we're going to go to 14.1. I'll go back to you, member for Frame Lake, and you can read your motion. So, clause 14, do members agree? Does committee agree? Clause 14.1, member for Frame Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair, about all of that. I'm confused as much as anybody else. I move that clause 14.1 of Bill 74 be amended by A, renumbering that clause as subclause 14.1 brackets 1. B, deleting paragraphs D and E of that renumbered subclause and
Tapko te vertaigut ginyarait. D for tamatko te tamani inunervingi anguniartuat taverlutait na D F taverna tamatko te na kanok anguniartuat nalawa tamna bracket 2 taverna taitna tamna taver D taverlutait na ingmiktiun taitna tamatko taitna
C, adding the following after that renumbered subclause, brackets 2, before publishing a forest harvesting agreement under paragraph 1D, the minister may remove from the agreement any of the following information, the disclosure of which would be prohibited pursuant to the Access to Information and Privacy Act. A, any ecologically or culturally significant information. B, any information harmful to the financial or economic interests of a party to the agreement. Brackets 3, information is not required to be published under subsection 1 if the information A is prohibited from disclosure under an Act of Canada or an Act of the Northwest Territories, or B is provided implicitly or explicitly in confidence to a person or body exercising powers or performing duties or functions under this Act and is consistently treated as confidential information by the party providing the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife North. Knife North.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a motion that was moved in committee. The minister at the time said that he was not able to concur with it because we had basically run out of time. If people have views about this, I would appreciate hearing them, but it was supported by committee in during the clause-by-clause review. What this essentially does is add a few items to the list of information that is to be made public. And those are the forest harvesting agreements, the and permits and licenses that would be issued for non-personal use. We heard from the department that they didn't want all the permits and licenses issued because there was a lot for personal use. So we came back and said, well, we won't ask for those to be made public. We'll just ask for other kinds of permits and licenses to be made public. So that's the purpose for adding that one. And on the forest harvesting agreements, I think the rationale from committee, and I certainly supported this, was that these are important agreements where we're giving rights to harvest lumber or timber to private interests, maybe even Indigenous economic development corporations, whatever. And because this is, an agreement for harvesting, that the public should probably know what is in that agreement because the government's negotiating it and giving away those rights to some extent. At the same time, we recognize that
government tapko tait na ang aklugiting tiun tait na malakotaliakra kholuit taber tait na isumati kapkutam na ituigin niya kaya taber nalupkenya hone na ing miktigun tamat ko na angune ako pata angune lahilugit nagaluni tamat ko tanungit soting ni ing mingnik na angune akto na tamat ko nga na nalunain ko ta kakakoting tamat ko pilyan patigit nagaluni taman ni tait na inyo na kakaming tamani hungin yak pato. Tabertam na nalunariga tait na tabra kana na aman muni na isuigi hukuming tam na isuigi parang tabertam na ilitsa Inuvialuktun. Yellowknife North. Kyanak. Tabra tam naptaw. Tabra tap ko peniktat. Tabra peniktat tap ko pipa kong itkit. Tay na tabra tamat ko na isumati kapkita isuatun na angawangit kitka. Angawangit kitka nalup kahulunga kanok okaman na ili isumati kapkui na tabra ili hemarunga tabra ili hemaruakarunga pang mapagtay ng kanok o kauting kalwakalu o kauting naguti uptigo tabar nagtam na isumati hiya. Kanolo tawak tabar tam na isumati kapku tabar tam na malakatalangat na kaya galit kiga tam na akapekatiga na tabar tait na kaya naka tabar kot tabar lo tait na at kilamikit na katimanayang itkupta. Tabatam nalupkinyakap ko tamat kuningay na angak tunay siya. Tapko tabra kanok angalan ni tilangit kanok isumati ka nalukihuklo nga. Tam na nakuha niya piyo. Tabra nalukihuklan. O kaya hungit kigal na. Tamat ko ako mga naisuangin minya kaya tam na malako talayak. Tabalo dahil na mat ko dili sarap kakanagit ilihimarot at tawag lugit tamat ko din na kuyanak masi tabraw na tabraw dahil na katimakatit kuyanak tak tap ko tabra Legislative Assembly mi tabra tamat ko din na ataw chikunin na oka kapta nagaluni katimapluta tayo na tunagalan ilokada tayo na tawak tayo na tamat ko din na ataw chikunin na habaw tayo uptigo reconciliation mikpilakaya tayo na ataw chikun na kuwari uptigo tabra kayo ikayak tabra na tabra tam na malako talayak tayo na tunagalan.
Intensive collaboration with the Standing Committee. And while fully respecting the authority of the Assembly, it is fair to say that the Technical Working Group of the Intergovernmental Council hopes that the Act moves through this final legislative step intact and as is, given the considerable and we think groundbreaking collaborative effort that has gone into it. More work is needed to fine-tune the details, but the Technical Working Group believes that that will appropriately be done through the regulations. So overall, the Technical Working Group feels that Bill 74 properly and accurately reflects the goals and the objectives of the Intergovernmental Council, and we fully support the bill in its current form, and we believe no further amendments are needed. We do fully expect and trust that this motion and the topics raised under this motion and all the other motions will be carefully considered during the regulation making process. Merci.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to have to, this is a new process for all of us. And so because it's a motion to amend a clause, it's the members that can speak. And so I don't want to cut anybody off, but we're going to go call the motion again, and then we're going to have to go from there, okay? Just because, so, to the motion. Question has been called. Sorry. I'll return. Sorry, there's a lot going on here. I'm going to pass it back to the mover of the motion to close the debate on this. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, ma'am, or thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, we're kind of constrained to some extent by our procedures here, and don't have the ability to have the kind of good back and forth that we had in the technical, with the committee meeting and even the clause-by-clause review. So I appreciate the difficulty of trying to do this sometimes in committee of the whole. But I just want to have an opportunity to respond to some of the things that I heard, and I respect all the viewpoints that I hear in this House, even if I disagree with them sometimes. It's certainly not my intention to try to delay this bill. I want this bill passed in this sitting as much as probably anybody else, because I had to try to deal with it in the last assembly. So that's not my intention here. I think, well, I don't think, my intention here was to bring forward the motions that we had in from the committee to actually get a full response, because we ran out of time, as several members have indicated. So now that I've got the response, that's better. I have a better understanding of where folks have landed, but I haven't really heard any specific responses to why we can't release forest harvesting agreements as a public government. I haven't heard why we can't make permits and licenses that are not for personal use available for public disclosure, as we do with all kinds of other permits and licenses, because I think that's only in the interest of making more transparent and accountable decisions. So, you know, in no way am I trying to undermine the process convention that was set up, the legislative development protocol. I had to live through all of this in the last assembly and made some very strong recommendations in the last assembly supporting where we're at. So I'm not trying to undermine any of this stuff. We simply ran out of time as a committee. And I believe it is in the public interest to have the kind of debate and discussion we're having right now on the floor of the House about whether some additional information should be made public in the bill itself. That's what this is about. And I guess in my view,
Please start us clock.
believe me, I'm not going to speak for another 10 minutes, because I'm the only thing that stands between people and dinner. So in my view, though, a lot of this can and should have been fixed before the bill ended up with committee. The issue of a public registry, more public information being made public, that was raised in the last assembly with Bill 44. It was raised again during the public engagement by the Northwest Territories Association of Communities and the NGOs. I made the same comments at second reading on the bill. So this shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. And I think that issue of public information, a public registry, should have been fixed before the bill got here. But it wasn't. So we negotiated to a point where we've got a pretty short list, much shorter than I would like. And I think it's in the public interest to add these additional items. Clearly, it's not going to get support here, and that's fine. But I think it was worthwhile to have this discussion and debate on the floor of this House. And Madam Chair, I think that's all I have to say.
To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All those abstaining, please raise your hand. The motion is defeated. Clause 14.1, does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Committee, I just wanted to explain, sorry, with the, because when we're speaking to a motion, we can't ask questions, but we can ask questions. That's why we have the witnesses here. When there's a clause, to that clause, you can ask questions. So if we, that's the difference, and the minister and the witnesses can respond to questions from members, but once we go to the motion, only the members can speak to the motion. Sorry, and that's what happened. So with that, we are going to take a recess and we'll come back with the remainder of this bill. Members, we're going to continue on with the clauses from Bill 74, Forest Act, and we're continuing on with Clause 15. Does committee agree? Thank you. Clause 15.1. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So this is an addition to the bill that standing committee worked with the departmental staff and the technical working group on. And there's now a new requirement for an annual report from the forest superintendent. Part of the reason for this was during committee's review of the bill, and it was actually in submissions as well, that there was some concern that this forest superintendent has really broad powers and to help create or develop forest ecosystem management plans. That needs to be done collaboratively with Indigenous governments and co-management bodies.
Tamat kap tawak tabra ili chaka fao hluit isamati kangit ili chaka nyakalo kangit aglan tamna kakugo akto tamat kot ili chaka nyaktot kakugo payago aktot pangmapagpililayt kat nalo section 21 mita apto mani taktay na kaukling ito na kanito nagalan na tamat kot angalat chiringit nalo kauklingit ilihimaringit tamat kot tabertay na isuatun pingit suat ilihimagay. Dr. Kalimun nut lang niyak to nga. Kuyanak. Tamat kot na ilingit kanok pinyak ni biluting pikaming nagalunin ilokating mat kuning kanok pilyota kaniyakaktut kanok laka pilaychut.
On the internet. So the IGC as technical working group came up with what they feel should be in the act itself, and we can always look at putting some of these things in at a later date. We already have reporting that is done annually on forest science and research that are done, and it's a commitment that we've made to continue that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. With your permission, I'd ask Mr. Wheeler to provide something from the Technical Working Committee too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
Merci, Madam Chair.
Kuyanak. Tap ko habaktit na isuatun pinyak date na kano hera tikting na pilyota na kagat na kano laka pilyak tulait kat habak tulait kat tabalo tait na munake bluting na pilyota na kaktut. Tait na lo taba pilyota na akating ataramit tait na tamat kotit na habaw takalakigait. Kuyarak. Tam na taba kanok agalaktan yu kunani nakimarot. Na tamat ko di na wakati kami tigitabani agalak kimarani itut pinyak perik pudit nakaktot pihi buluni pinyak buluni tait nakaktot tabrani agalak kaming suppose nik pirakiyata niktun suppose ukto kakanya ni biliwit pigalawa pirakigay tap to mani agalak tani tabrani to
Forest superintendent doesn't have to report on it. Where would they find that information? And where is it in the bill itself? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll ask Ms. Bard to. What's that? What's that?
He just called you.
With your permission, I'll get Ms. Bard to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that for some ECC programs that some of that information is available in performance measures, and ECC can look at that under the forest program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, I hear that, and that's, sometimes those things are found in business plans that are public, but they're kind of buried in the detail of it, and I would have thought that we
Ilihimanaqtutamat kuatit na huneartilaagrangit naagaluni tavertamat kuatit na na qimilreoqtatmat kuatit na atarame qimilreoqarlitikit huaguqa ingmiktauqa taitnaartuat na ilitsoqapiarlugit naagaluniin qimilreoqqaaranagit tavertamat kuatit na quleagrangit kaluangit tavertavernim tauqivunik hivunniuqutiptingnik Koyanak. Taptama itsumaluuttarikanga tutqitqaaniarniarikput koyanak. Naluruta pangmapakka nakin qaukliuruanin qulearniangit kait. Tavertamat kuatit na tamna nuutsaqumirrung taitna tamat kuningai na itnaaqaanagit tamat kuatit na malarutania tavertamat kuatit na taigullakait taitnalu tavraaqanitunagilaan tamat kuat qimilreortat taverna qaangatit qugiga taitnaaqtatukuatit na illuatun nuutit qugiga nuutsaqumarrung tavertaamna nuullautaqalugu nuutit qugiga qanuquleqaa tavertaitna uangai amaleengui taver Itun ukiuni tavertaaptuma tainnatunagalaan na tamat kuatus tutqiilugit na nuutit quurariitka taitna tavra taitnatunagalaan na taitnaluing miktigun kavamaqartuat tamat kuat Taverlutait na qanuhaqautinginnik piniartugut. Tavertaaqtait na illuatun tamna nuutit quvlugupigiga. Taiguaqutit taitnatunagalaanittut. Minihidam tap to matavertate na ukautiga. Kanokulugi tap ko tabra angalan niya nga kangit. Una uktuak takkihen tabra kuliangat. 15:3 B malakotalianga. Tap ko tabra ilitsakanyak tagngit. Ilitsakanyak kumitigit kihenik tagngit na tabra tam na habakting natkigat tagngit na karoon na nuktitangit kumihigit nuktitakrak tam na malakotalayak. Malakotalayamun nuktitakrak tabra tagngit na tabra tagngit na ilihimarugut tagngit na tunagalan tabra. Pingahutap ka malakatalatik na nagalunin ilyakrat tabrunga tabralutay na kaya nakpag. Yellowknife North Main. Tabralutay na ilihimarunga tayo nito naglaan tabra.
And I just think there's a better way to tackle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not very often I agree with Ryland. That's the first time, maybe. After 4 years, it's one time. So I feel the same way. I'm not going to be writing a forest superintendent's criteria of his job description in a bill. That's up to the deputy minister, and that's up to the people that supervise this department, and I refuse to do that. I think that the bill has been put before us, and it was done by the Indigenous groups and our people, and I refuse to go there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. To the motion. Minister of VCC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not support this motion. GNWT has already agreed to previous standing committee amendments that add mandatory provision to report annually on forest management activities. The amendment adds any research activity to the annual report requirements. This addition is vague, and considerable effort would be needed to track everything that forest superintendent may research over the period of the year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake, the member who put the motion forward.
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to respond to a couple items I heard there. I believe this is within the purview of the legislature. Part of our job, part of why I got elected, was to make sure that this government is more transparent and more accountable moving forward, and that's what I've tried to do over 8 years. Plus, I think this is simply responding to some of the concerns and issues we heard as a standing committee about the forest superintendent having some new authority, but no duty to do any of it. So how do we know if the forest superintendent's actually doing these things? Well, we have, an annual report is one way to find out. So that's why this was added in. As to the details of this, about it being vague, well, it's no more vague than, Roman numeral 3 under A here, any monitoring under subsection 26.1. How's that any more vague than, how's that any clearer than adding research activities? I just don't get it. So this is not vague. This is saying that the forest superintendent has to report on the research that's conducted pursuant to 15.3B. Not any other research, and it's to be a summary. That's all. So this responds to what we heard, increases transparency, accountability. The minister a few minutes ago, when the minister was in the witness table, said that he was okay with this. Now he's saying he's not. I don't know what's going on here, but I believe this is in the public interest to increase transparency and accountability about what the forest superintendent does. And I think it's a good thing in the public interest to add these 3 items. So I will support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All those abstaining, raise your hand. The motion is defeated. Clause 15.1, does committee agree? Thank you. Clauses 16 through 20, does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30, does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clauses 41 to 47, does the committee agree? Clause 48, does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So this is a 2.1 here is a new part of the bill that was added as a result of the collaborative review we undertook. And I think one of the issues that we found, and this was raised in the last version of the bill in the last assembly, was raised again during the public engagement on this bill. I said this in the House at second reading. What is the relationship of forest management as established under this bill? What's the relationship with land use planning? We have forest ecosystem management plans. We have monitoring and research that's to be carried out. And then licenses and permits that can be issued for different kinds of forest activities. How does land use planning relate to forest permits and licenses, the activities that could be authorized under this? And that could include cutting, timber, mills, all kinds of stuff. So, we added this in to make it clearer to some extent that permits and licenses issued under the Forest Act really need to be consistent with land use plans that have already been developed and put in place. And that's what this section says. The one area that's a little bit uncertain still is zoning bylaws. And zoning bylaws are the tool or instrument that local governments use to implement their community plans. Community plans usually set out in a kind of a high level what the community is trying to do and achieve in the next 5, 10, 20 years, whatever they decide, goals, objectives, what they're trying to do, how they could reach economic development objectives or socioeconomic objectives, what they want their community to look like. They do that at a fairly high level. But the most meaningful way in which they tend to implement those is through zoning bylaws. And those are pretty prescriptive. They divide up the community into different zones and say what things are allowed to happen here, what things are not allowed to happen, when sometimes they have to go back to council to check things. So zoning bylaws are the ways in which land use plans are actually implemented at the community level. And, you know, some of the regional plans that have been developed under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act have zoning as well, and permitted, not permitted uses. So that's how they do it even at the regional level. But for community governments, they implement their plans through zoning bylaws. The problem is zoning bylaws are not mentioned in this section. So I want to ask the minister, is GNWT going to interpret this part of the legislation in a way that includes zoning bylaws made by community governments, which they prepare these things under GNWT legislation. There's a requirement that they have zoning bylaws. So will GNWT interpret this in a way that they will include zoning bylaws in legally approved land use plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for detail. I'll turn to Mr. Wheeler, and then, with your permission, Dr. Kelly. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler?
Must say, Madam Chair, at the standing committee stage, we did work together as a technical working group and the department and the standing committee on an amendment to include the mandatory provision to make sure that licenses and permits issued under the bill will be in compliance with land use plans. That was one of the example of the 22 amendments that we worked through that really met a mutual goal and was very important, and the technical working group was fully behind that. In terms of the municipal bylaws and how to consider that, the Forest Act Technical Working Group did carefully consider whether or not and how to look at local bylaws. And we did feel that instead of imposing a solution on municipalities at this time, the technical working group, our understanding is that GNWT and the department will carefully consider and engage municipalities and community partners on possible approaches to deal with municipal level matters. And we know that under the collaboration protocol, the Indigenous governments would be involved in that as well. So the technical working group agrees with the department on that approach. And also in our discussions, we emphasize that land use plans are critically important, and they're critically important for land and resource management, especially under the modern treaties. And we want to make sure that municipal bylaws are not conflated at all with the land use plans that arise from Indigenous governments' constitutional rights and authorities to manage, or in some cases to co-manage land and resources. Merci.
Dr. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to note that the department and the technical working group collectively, there are things that the member has brought forward that we see as being very important to look at during the regulation development process, but not for the statute itself. Elevating the bylaws to the statute removes the opportunity to work with the municipalities on a process that meets everyone's need while developing those regulations. And adding zoning bylaws to this provision creates a legislative problem, as the GNWT would be bound to comply with bylaws that are only created by the power that the GNWT delegates. So there's more work that needs to be done on this through the regulation development process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess just having a bit of difficulty understanding some of the things that I just heard, but you know, I guess I'm pushing this because the Northwest Territories Association of Communities in their written submission said the following: there should be some sort of acknowledgement of complying with various types of community bylaws, including but not limited to general plans and zoning bylaws, fire prevention bylaws, tree harvesting bylaws, soil protection bylaws, open air burning bylaws, and among others. So we're only talking about land use planning at this point. So, but they've specifically asked for zoning bylaws to be recognized in here, and that's what they're a legitimate order of government, community governments, and I'm not sure why we would accord them any less status than the federal government, which has enacted the MVRMA, but community governments through the I better get the name of the legislation properly here, Madam Chair. It's the Community Planning and Development Act, Section 18.1, says the following: a zoning bylaw may include provisions respecting one or more of the following matters, either generally or with respect to any zone or part of a zone. O, cutting of trees. P, preservation of habitat. They can also regulate land use by having permitted, not permitted uses. So I don't know why, if we've recognized land use plans that are enacted through federal legislation, we can't accord the same sort of consideration to zoning bylaws, which currently enable community governments to do much the same thing. But I guess I've heard from the witnesses that they don't want to go there right now. This is not about imposing anything on community governments. This is in response to what NWTAC said to committee. So with all of that, Madam Chair, I do want to move a motion, if I can.
Thank you. Go ahead, member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that subclause 48 brackets 2.1 of Bill 74 be amended. A, in paragraph A, by striking out "in respect of the" and substituting "in respect of an," and B, in paragraph B, by striking out, quote, "that is applicable in respect of the," quote, and substituting "or zoning bylaw that is applicable in respect of an." Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So a lot of fancy words to say that zoning bylaws, this addition would include zoning bylaws within the scope of legally binding land use plans, or it says any legally binding land use plan and zoning bylaw that is applicable. So it's expanding that scope of what a legally binding land use plan is to include zoning bylaws. So I think it recognizes that, and it's in response to what community governments had asked committee to do, and recognizes their jurisdiction and authority. This is not imposing anything on anybody. This is just recognizing that community governments actually do already have the ability to legislate through bylaws, through community plans, land use activities, which could include forest activities that are covered through licenses and permits, just making sure that those things are consistent with zoning bylaws. That's all this is about, is making sure that community governments, that we recognize their authority and jurisdiction in doing this, in doing their work, that the department is not going to issue permits and licenses that go against zoning bylaws. So that's the purpose. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we did initially amend this, as has been discussed, to include land use plans, and it's one of these clauses that, as far as I can tell, doesn't accomplish anything. Land use plans, if they are legally enforceable, are legally enforceable either under the MVRMA, federal statute, or under the applicable land claim group. We sometimes put these clauses in that just to remind everyone that other pieces of law exist, and I think that's exactly what the member is trying to do now with zoning bylaws. This one, as far as I'm aware, we don't do this anywhere else in any GNWT statutes. It's not as clean cut to me as, you know, perhaps we issue a timber license and then the municipality has some sort of noise bylaw and you're running your chainsaw. Are we now not in compliance? Is a violation of this act something we have to enforce because it didn't comply with the municipal bylaw? Municipalities have their own bylaws. They have their area of authority. Sometimes it overlaps, you know, with potential forestry activities. But if you're violating that, then they have their mechanism to fine you and enforce it. It doesn't really make sense to me for the GNWT to go look through every single community bylaw and say, well, before we issue this timber permit, we're going to make sure that we're in compliance with that. That's up to the municipality to enforce their own bylaws, and it's not really how it works, in my understanding. I'm a little confused. I get the larger community plan issue, and that we have to comply with community plans, but to me, that's already done under other legislation that enables all of the legislative, or all of the powers that municipalities have in the first place. I don't like adding clauses that confuse things more than they already need to. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Minister of BCC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not support this motion. We already talked about, land use plans, but in addition to bylaws to this section, attempts to fix a problem that doesn't exist presently, and we reduce the opportunity input at the community municipal level. Forest management regulations currently outline process to work with municipalities before licenses are issued. These processes do not strictly use or rely on bylaws, but the direct input of municipalities. The member just talking about, zoning bylaws. We feel that this can be looked in at regulations, but most importantly, working with the municipalities with it. So we would have that regulations, but we would work with the municipalities to do this. So therefore, Madam Chair, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. I will go back to the mover for any closing remarks. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks for that, Madam Chair, and I want to appreciate the comments that folks have brought forward. But I think one of the reasons I'm bringing this forward is because the department doesn't appear to have done any public engagement with NWTAC because they asked the committee to do this. So it's one of the reasons why I'm here, is trying to ensure that zoning bylaws are properly recognized and incorporated into forest management decisions. So I think some of that work can and should have been done before we got here. This is not about having to review every single bylaw that a community government has when you issue forest licenses or permits. It's about making sure that whoever, the forest superintendent, when these things are issued, if it's within a municipal boundary, you might as well check the zoning bylaw to make sure that what you're doing is consistent with the zoning bylaw. So I don't think this adds any confusion whatsoever. In fact, it adds clarity, because right now it's not clear whether the department's going to consider zoning bylaws when they issue licenses and permits. Maybe that could come in the regulations. I don't know. But I think if we're going to talk about land use plans and providing some clarity for those providing some direction for issuance of licenses and permits, it should include zoning bylaws as well, because that's the instrument that community governments use. So it doesn't add confusion. This is about adding clarity. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All those abstaining, raise your hand. The motion is defeated. Clause 48, does committee agree? Clause 49 to 40, clauses 49 to 60, does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clauses 71 to 80, does committee agree? Clause 81 to 90, does committee agree? Clauses 91 to 100, does committee agree? Clauses 101 to 110, does committee agree? Clauses 111 to 120, does committee agree? Clauses 120 to 126, does committee agree? Clause 127, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. This is a huge, long list of regulation-making authority. In fact, I think it's probably longer than any other bill I've ever seen. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is pretty close. One of them here, Z.01.1, talks about wildlife prevention and preparedness plans, making regulations around those, and how those plans might get provided to affected governments. And I'm just wondering if this authority really covers in any way a situation where a wildlife prevention and preparedness plan might change during the course of a year. Can I get an answer from the, sorry, I'll just back that up. This is a new, I think it already exists in the existing legislation and regulations, but this is contained now in the legislation itself, if and when this passes, and it will, I'm convinced. These wildfire prevention and preparedness plans, they will cover certain kinds of activities where operators, industries go out and do stuff. You want to make sure that they're prepared for a fire and that they actually do their best to prevent a fire in the first place. So they're going to have an onus to prepare a plan if it meets certain criteria. And that plan is going to get submitted to the forest superintendent. And the way the bill's drafted now, it looks like the party preparing the plan might have to provide it to a community of government. If it's within municipal boundaries or adjacent to it, I think that's how this is supposed to work. I'd rather have it that it goes to the forest superintendent. But is there any provision in the regulation making authority here to actually change that plan partway through a season? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you. With your permission, I'll ask Ms. Bard to come in and answer that question. Thank you.
Ms. Bard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The current regulation-making authority provides sufficient authority for amendments to wildlife prevention and preparedness plans to be made and for engagement to occur on those plans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can someone point out to me where that's found in the, can they give me a specific section? Thank you.
Thank you, member. That's all right. Go ahead, Ms. Barr.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could the question be repeated, please?
Member for Frame Lake, can you repeat?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So what specific section of the regulation making authority, what section am I going to find this authority to deal with what happens if someone wants to change their wildfire prevention and preparedness plans, and what happens with any changed plans with regard to how communities might be involved in reviewing or offering comments on them? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Barr.
Thank you. In the substance of the bill, Section 45, subsection 3, covers the ability for a plan that is not satisfactory to be resubmitted. And then further, the regulation-making authority that exists in Section 127Z01 covers the broad ability to regulate requirements for wildfire prevention and preparedness plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bard. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I don't want to prolong this. Where is the provision found in the bill for an industrial operator to make changes to a plan once it's approved? Because I think it's going to happen. You know, they're supposed to submit these plans at the beginning of the season. Sometimes people don't, they want to change their activities out there. They may want to move somewhere else or do something differently. Where is that found in the bill if someone wants to make a change to the plan? And how is it going to be reviewed, and who gets engaged and so on? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to Mr. Wheeler, please. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler.
Merci, Madam Chair. The Indigenous government representatives on the technical working group did review this motion and discuss it, this issue at the standing committee stage. It is the position of the technical working group that this detailed process requirement like this should be dealt with in the regulations under the umbrella regulation making authority that Melissa just mentioned. And we understand that when developing the regulations, the department and the technical working group intend to work with partners and the public to carefully consider how processes can best meet the needs of all parties in conjunction with their requirements. So, merci.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So, okay, I've tried to ask the question, I think 3 times already. I've got answers from the staff, from the minister, from the technical working group representative. Nobody can point to a section in the Act that provides regulation-making authority for when a wildfire prevention and preparedness plan is going to get changed. I haven't heard that. Nobody can point to a section because it doesn't exist. There is no provision in the bill for that to happen. That's why I'm trying to bring this forward. Well, that's why I'm raising this issue. There is no provision in the bill for this to happen. There's no specific regulation-making authority for this to happen. So that's why I'm raising this, because I think it's going to happen. And I think I want to make sure that the minister has the right tools in place to make sure that regulations can consider that. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to move a motion if I could.
I'm just going to let the minister, if he wants to respond before you move a motion. Minister?
Thanks. For clarity, what the member is asking for, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister Kelly.
What we've already discussed is where that occurs. The authority to amend a plan is the same as the authority for requiring it. An industrial operator could propose an amended plan at any time under the same regulation-making authorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Yeah, that's not what the bill says, but if that's what the department wants to do, I'm okay with that. What I want to do, Madam Chair, if I can move the motion, is to change that so that the department, the minister actually has explicit authority to do that, to set up regulations that deal with changing one of these plans once it's already in place. So with that, Madam Chair, can I move the motion?
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that paragraph 127Z.01 of Bill 74 be deleted and the following substituted. Z.01, respecting requirements for wildlife prevention and preparedness plans under subsection 45(2) and the amendment of such plans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is defeated. Clause 127, does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
That's Frame Lake.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired too. Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess there's one other matter that I think could be clarified here, and the current wording of the section we just discussed, Z.01.1 of the Regulation Making Authority, really doesn't provide any specific authority for what the timelines might be for this review. And part of that is important because industry wants certainty. They want to know, if I submit a plan, how long is it going to take to get it approved before I can go and do my stuff? You want to know that. That's a reasonable expectation. So there's no specific authority here to set timelines. So where's that specific authority found? I'd like to ask that of our witnesses today. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry, thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to Deputy Minister Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specific authority is not required. There is sufficient authority in the bill to regulate time periods for these plans without this addition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Can someone then point me to which specific section of the bill provides that authority? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that sort of detail to Ms. Mark, please.
Section 127Z.01.1 includes the authority to make regulations respecting the provision of, which is broad wording to allow for all aspects related to the provision of wildfire prevention and preparedness plans to be regulated, including time periods. I'll also mention that the details of the processes to engage on industry plans and how those processes work are intended for regulations and the collaborative development with the technical working group. I'll further note that because these are industry plans, that engagement with industry is an important aspect of regulating this space, which is why it's on the regulations work plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I don't want to prolong this. I just haven't had any specific identification of a specific authority within here for making regulations about time periods. So I'd like to move the following motion, if I may.
Go ahead, Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you. I move that paragraph 127Z.01.1 of Bill 74 be amended by A, striking out "and" at the end of the English version of subparagraph Roman numeral 1 and substituting a comma. B, striking out the semicolon at the end of subparagraph Roman numeral 2 and substituting "and." And C, adding the following after subparagraph Roman numeral 2. Roman numeral 3, respecting time periods within which plans must be provided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I mean, I'm opposed to this, and I also just think it's very problematic what the member is doing here. He keeps finding kind of weird hypothetical situations and saying there's no specific regulation-making authority in an act that has one of the largest regulation-making authority sections I've ever seen, and as the member said, he's ever seen. And if this is how we're going to interpret legislation, it's highly problematic because most acts don't say, oh, and you can make regulations in relation to this plan for the timelines of it, the ability to amend it, where it's submitted. Sometimes it just says, you know, there's a plan, and then there's a general regulation making authority. And to think you have to add every single specific section into an act just leads us down this path where we are here for 2.5 hours passing motions that frankly no one cares about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess, yeah, I think a lot of this can and should have been fixed before the bill got here. This issue was raised to us in the NGO submission, and I guess I take my job seriously when people bring forward concerns and issues. I think we really, as MLAs, as committees, have a duty to try to find solutions. So the issue was brought forward to us. I'm trying to do my job. And I regret that we have to spend this amount of time, but I still think that this is an important public debate. And that's one of the reasons why I got elected and came here to serve. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too take my job very seriously. You know, I work very, very hard for the constituents of Tabacha. And I also ensure, and I'm sure every one of my colleagues do too, we take our jobs very seriously. When you put your name forward on a ballot, you take things seriously. And you do everything in the best interests of your constituents and the people of the Northwest Territories. I do not take things seriously when we have to start putting things in the bill to start telling people how they have to do the operations of a bill. Okay? That's a no-no. If I start getting involved in all the operations, I mean, I'll never be able to get anything done here. I try to be, you know, and like I said, I think Rylan said it eloquently. 4 years it took me to say that for him. So, I mean, that's a big plus. And you know what? I will not be going into this kind of discussion like this because I think that we have people that work on our behalf, and we expect them to do the best job they possibly can, and I'm sure that's what they're trying to do. And as a member from Tabacha and an Indigenous person who was in leadership 14 years on that front line, okay, making these kinds of decisions with IGC. I was sitting on the IGC because this is the part with the devolution agreement. You know, it's hard to get things done, and when you have something in front of you that has been worked on by that group, I respect that. And I respect everybody who put the time in because I'm sure that they made sure that both sides were protected, including our side, which is the government, who represents all the people, and also respecting the rights of Indigenous people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is defeated. Clause 127, does committee agree? Clause 128, member for Frame Lake. Sorry. What? 128.1, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. There's nothing in the bill about any form of public engagement on regulations. So earlier in my remarks, and I think in the committee report as well, it's at least a couple of the submissions said that the public engagement undertaken by the department was inadequate. It was delayed and was for a very short period of time. And I'm just wondering what the departments learned from the public engagement on the bill and how they intend to apply that in the regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public engagement took place from November 22nd, 2022 to January of 2023, and the public engagement input was considered by the technical working group. Much of the input that is being discussed here today, it was deemed valuable and to be looked at while regulation development was occurring. So I just want to be clear that we welcome public engagement, and much of the public engagement was more geared towards the regulations, which makes sense because it's from people who are actively going to be dealing with some of the things that come from this act. I think it's really important to communicate here that the GNWT has a broad policy-based approach on determining how and to what degree the public is engaged on regulations, and this approach includes a commitment to conduct public engagement as part of the normal course of their development. Potential exceptions could include emergency orders, minor corrections to existing regulations, names or title changes, and consequential amendments required by changes to other legislation. Even with an exception to public engagement for emergency orders, there could be unacceptable delays from a process to apply the exception. This could occur, for example, if the minister's role to waive the requirement, if it is the minister's role to waive the requirement for public engagement. The bill delegates the exercise of emergency powers related to wildfires to the forest superintendent, and any changes to that or reassigning that would cause delays. Further, adding separate requirements for engagement into individual acts runs the risk that public engagement requirements will differ for different acts, fail to evolve with technology, and lead to different approaches and potential confusion across different acts. The Forest Act cannot come into force without the regulations. The regulations will be developed with the Intergovernmental Council Secretariat, and there will be various stages where the public and other stakeholders may provide input. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Bramley?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate that explanation, but I don't think I heard anything about what lessons were learned as a result of the public engagement on the bill and how those will be applied on the regulations making forward. So would someone like to respond to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister Kelly and then to Mr. Willer. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly?
Madam Chair, as I previously mentioned, there were a number of things that were learned from the public engagement. It was a very valuable experience, and some of them are the things that are coming up in the discussions today, which the technical working group took very seriously and has agreed that those things will be coming forward as part of the regulation development process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
Merci, Madam Chair. From a technical working group perspective, public engagement is of course very important on operations and on matters that are to be considered in the Forest Act regulations. The technical working group understands that GNWT has a broad policy that covers all aspects of government operations across multiple departments in terms of public engagement. And we also understand and had some discussion, I think, with Standing Committee in the clause-by-clause review about many of the important details that will be dealt with through the regulation-making process and the accompanying complementary public engagement that will be needed to deal with those important details during the making of the regulation and in some cases and policy. Must see.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate those comments. I guess what I was hoping to hear is probably a little bit more in line with what the Standing Committee report talks about in terms of things like don't wait until the very end before you carry out your public engagement. Find ways to share information while you're working through different parts of a bill or issues. I don't think there's anything that would, prevent, I hope, ways of sharing more information as the bill's being developed and starting some of the public engagement earlier to get input on specific areas or issues moving forward. The committee report also speaks to the need to make sure that departments are resourced for this activity. I guess I really haven't heard any of that. So I'm not sure what lessons were learned as a result of this bill in terms of public engagement. In any event, I know that there's a government-wide policy that this cabinet put in place, and it's buried in a document, if I can find the name of it here. Oh yes, here it is, Cabinet Operational Guidelines, Appendix 4.11 of the Executive Council Submissions Handbook. And basically that policy, or guidelines as they're called, basically gives ministers total discretion as to when and where and how they would engage the public on policy, publication and comment periods for regulations. So I'm not sure that that is a great model, quite frankly, and people have heard me on the floor of the House criticizing this or suggesting improvements already to it. So this is not the time and place to do that, Madam Chair, but I don't think that that works in all circumstances. So I guess a couple of other features of this bill, and we've talked about this before, this is not a normal bill. This is a bill that is co-developed with Indigenous governments, and that's a great thing. It's developed pursuant to the Legislative Development Protocol. It's also the first bill through the process convention where we agreed to collaboratively review a bill, not just with ministers and departments, but with Indigenous governments. That's a good thing. I support that. But we also got to learn lessons from this, and I think one of the lessons I learned and we heard in submissions was that the public engagement wasn't great and that we need to find ways to improve this. The deputy minister even said that we got to make sure that the minister has the ability to make regulations quickly in the case of an emergency. That's not in the bill. It doesn't even appear in the bill. So in any event, Madam Chair, I do want to move a motion to amend and add a new clause about public engagement on regulations. May I do that?
Yep, thank you. Go ahead, member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 74 be amended by adding the following after Clause 128. 128.1. 1. Subject to subsection 2, before making regulations under this Act, the minister shall, A, ensure that there is an opportunity for public engagement by Roman numeral 1, publishing a copy of the proposed regulations on a website maintained by the Government of the Northwest Territories, and Roman numeral 2, ensuring that a reasonable period of time has been allotted for receiving feedback on the proposed regulations, and B, consider any feedback proposed on the proposed regulations under paragraph A. Brackets 2, subsection 1 does not apply if the minister is satisfied that the proposed regulations have been prepared in response to an emergency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. This is one of the hills I guess I wanted to die on in this assembly. Maybe it seems like I'm trying to die on every single administrative trivia. That's not the case, but this is one that members on this side of the House have continually raised, is the need for better public engagement from and communications from our cabinet colleagues. And I think this is really extended to the issue of regulations in particular. In this assembly, we did amend, and it did get concurrence from the minister. The Child Daycare Act was amended to require the minister, in that case, to provide draft regulations to child care providers. And that was because of their interest in trying to move forward with significant changes to that area. So there's a case where a cabinet minister went above and beyond the cabinet operational guidelines, and we incorporated that into the bill. The minister concurred with it. The minister's smiling because he knows he did it. So we've done it before. And, you know, this, as I said before, this is an example of this is not normal legislation. People have asked for this ability to look at the regulations. The NGOs asked that, NWTAC has asked that. This is in response to legitimate requests that we got as a committee. So I'm not making this stuff up. This is the way that it should happen. In response to the concerns that we heard from the department, that's why I added subsection 2 here to this, so that the minister doesn't have to go through a public engagement process if the minister is satisfied, in the minister's own opinion, that an emergency situation exists. So don't have to do public engagement if there's an emergency. So covered that one with this as well. So I'm hoping that, although I haven't had a lot of support so far with a number of the motions I've moved, that members on this side who are regular members, we've pushed for this before in other bills, I don't know why we wouldn't do it on this bill as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, everyone, but I get where the member is coming from. I know the government now has a standard kind of period for reviewing regulations, but I view this as no different than annual reports or mandatory legislative reviews. What happens is you get, as a bill comes through the assembly, you get sometimes these clauses are added, they have different wording, and then you find yourself where the government just has different obligations across a number of acts. And when you look at them all, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just that one member happened to get agreement from the minister on, you know, child daycare and didn't get it on, you know, something like Financial Administration Act or another very important piece of legislation. So we just, it doesn't actually lead to the consistency that the government should improve its public engagement on regulation process. They should do that. It applies to everything. They should improve their public reporting. They should do that everywhere. They should improve the way we review statutory reviews. But I don't see to do it one-off on each piece of legislation that come up every 20 to 30 years. It just leads to inconsistencies. Thank you.
Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is defeated. Clauses 129 to 139. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 74 Forest Act is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 74, the Forest Act? Thank you. And I want to thank our witnesses for being here before us. This is the first co-drafted bill under the new process convention on bills drafted pursuant to the Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol, and it's been an honor to chair Committee of the Whole, as this is kind of a historical moment that we've had this. And again, thank you for being here. And you know, we had some little learning curves there, and we'll hopefully in the future we'll be able to straighten those out. Thank you for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses from the chamber. Okay, can we take... Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act. I will ask the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to introduce the bill. Minister, ECC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here to present Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review of this bill. Based on the feedback from committee, several amendments were made to the bill before us today. Bill 78 presents a significant step forward in modernizing the Waste and Reduction and Recovery Act. This legislation will allow the GNWT to use the most current tools to effectively manage recycling and waste reduction in the NWT. New tools include an expanded scope for advisory committees, enabling extended producers' responsibility program, the ability to declare waste disposable bans for specific materials, expand authority to delegated administrative functions and enter into agreements, provisions enabling the GNWT to select waste facility operators based on competitive process, clarified requirements on environment-funded contribution and distribution, and update enforcement inspection provisions. These changes were identified through the development of the NWT waste management strategy, which includes input from individuals, organizations, businesses, and governments across the NWT. Targeted engagement on the proposed changes occurred throughout 2022, and the public engagement on the legislation was conducted December 2022 through January 2023. That concludes my opening remarks, and look forward to answering any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today is Dr. Aaron Kelly, Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change on my right, Julian Kerrigan, Assistant Deputy Minister of Environment Management, Monitoring and Climate Change on my left, and behind me is Laura Jeffries, Legislation Council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 78. Member for Nunuklik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 78, Waste Reduction Resource Recovery Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 29, 2023. And was referred to Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Bill 78 is intended to enable programs that support goals of preventing waste at the source, diverting waste from disposal, and improving waste disposal practices. In the committee's review period, the committee heard from the Minister of the Environment, Climate Change, and his staff June 1st, 2023. The committee was able to have a good discussion with the Minister and officials' concerns regarding the Minister's authorities when it comes to waste reduction and the resource recovery. The committee negotiated the language for 5 motions to amend Bill 78 with the government. On July 5th, 2023, the committee held clause-by-clause review of 5 amendments were concurred with by the Minister of the Environment Climate Change. I would like to thank the committee for its hard work and the review of Bill 78, individual members of my committee might have comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 78. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So despite the previous discussion, I actually support this bill. I supported it as well. I did serve as the chair of the Waste Reduction and Recovery Advisory Committee for 11 years. The staff do great work on this area within the department. And that's why we have beverage container deposits now, is because of the work that the department and the committee did. And it's now, of course, been extended to electronics recycling. And I understand some other waste streams are being considered, which is all good stuff. This does create jobs in local communities because they have depots, they have the regional centers have some processing centers as well. You know, this is good things all around. I do want to ask, though, I've had concerns to me raised about the need for a second depot in Yellowknife. And is there anything in this bill that's going to make setting up these depots easier in the future? I'll start with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's going to be a little bit of a long-winded answer, and I apologize for that. The Department of Environment and Climate Change has conducted research on the different technologies to provide further services downtown core. Yellowknife does not have enough population and beverage containers to make two traditional deposit locations feasible. ECC looked at reverse vending machines as a potential solution, but our research has shown that we would not be a good fit for the NWT beverage container program. While reverse vending machines have worked in some other jurisdictions programs, their limits include limited type of containers accepted, limited size of containers accepted criteria, containers conditions requirements, small number of containers that can be processed less than 40 per minute, and they need to be fed one at a time. The need for large retail space and staff time to empty the process bins. ECC is exploring options for a pilot unstaffed drop and go deposit downtown that will provide a second recycling position option in Yellowknife. We've heard standing committee during the public review of Bill 78 in July 2023 and are working on addressing gaps that may impact vulnerable people. This includes potential partnering with a local organization in the downtown core to provide accountable payouts without needing to go to the current Yellowknife depot on Old Airport Road. This would still come with a drop and go limitation of 5 business days needed for the contractor to retrieve the containers, count them, and creditor to count. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think the minister might have got ahead of himself a little bit. What in this bill is going to improve the chances or the ability of the department to open up a second depot in Yellowknife? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. I can get back to on schedule here.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly?
Madam Chair, there's nothing needed in the bill to do this. We can do it and are planning to and have committed to doing it. Nothing in the bill prevents a satellite depot, so we're able to do that work. We are looking at a new competitive process to be developed for recycling centers, and it will help to ensure recycling centers are economically viable across the territory, but there's no issue from a legislative perspective with the satellite depot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I'm just going to tell one short story. I had an opportunity to go on holiday into Nuuk, Greenland. It's a community of about 15,000 people. They have machines there. you push a pop bottle into it and cash comes out. They can do it in Nuuk, Greenland. You think we could be able to do it here? I know, yeah, we got harsh climate, so do those guys. So I'm glad the department's doing some work on this. And I've had lots of complaints. I know that the depot that is operating does its best to try to serve people, but they just can't keep staff. I don't know what's going on there. After the evacuation, the lineups were unbelievable. I had to go back 5 times before I could even get into a lineup where I thought I'd have any chance of actually getting my stuff in and processed or cached, whatever. So anyways, we need a second depot in Yellowknife. Technology's out there. I just want you guys to go and get it done. And if there's ways of supporting the existing operations so that they can better serve Yellowknifers, let's get that done too. Thanks. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first off, I just want to say I appreciate there's a lot of nuances to this bill, and there's been a lot of things that are needed and a long time coming, but I am going to belabor a little bit of a point on the bottle depot as well with my colleague, and I do recognize it is not the sole intent of what we are here today to do, but that being said, the entire reason to create a second bottle depot in the downtown area was to serve the vulnerable population that is using this as a source of income. And so for it to have a 5-day delay, and really the reason we've been told in the past was due to security and such, I just can't find that to be an acceptable answer. I second what my colleague said about looking for more of an automated way now that we're past pandemics and evacuations, and are finding staffing to be an issue for a lot of lower paying jobs in the city and territory. I'm excited that this potentially could go to other communities besides Yellowknife, but I just don't see how we could put in a second depot without having them be able to pay cash out. It just then makes things easier for someone like myself and is kind of defeating or not really hitting the purpose, which was to create a space downtown where people could get this money quickly. I understand, yeah, the department's reasons for that, but anyway, I just wanted to throw my support behind trying to find out with some other solution to this besides what is being currently proposed. That being said, I'm very happy to hear that we're moving towards more of a streamlined and sustainable waste industry sector, however you want to call it. I don't really have a lot of questions about this other than I support this bill, and just hope that maybe we can be innovative and creative here and come up with something different so that people aren't trekking across town to get $5 and change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Are there any other general comments on Bill 78? Is committee agreed that there are no further general comments? We can proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill. Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10. Does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20. Does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clauses 41 to 50, does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 60, does committee agree? Clauses 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clauses 71 to 74, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, you may escort the witnesses from the chamber. Okay. Committee has agreed to consider Bill 83, Liquor Act. I will ask the Minister of Finance to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am here this evening to present Bill 83, Liquor Act. The bill addresses the recommendations resulting from the review of the Northwest Territories liquor legislation completed by the Department of Finance in 2022. The liquor legislation review resulted in several recommendations. 20% of those recommendations were directly related to the Liquor Act, and the remaining 80% of recommendations related to the liquor regulations or the operations that support those regulations. Bill 83 was drafted to directly address the 20% of recommendations related to the Liquor Act and to achieve four main objectives. 1. Streamline how industry is regulated by introducing a new licensing and compliance approach. 2. Ensure safe public access to liquor by allowing different types of retail outlets. 3. Enhance community control, including greater control over the introduction of liquor sales, as well as the cessation of liquor sales in a community. 4. Modernize liquor enforcement by updating inspection and investigation powers. These changes will modernize and streamline the Liquor Act. This concludes my opening remarks. I am prepared to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, can you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left, I have Kelly Mahoney, the Director of Policy, Legislation and Communications, and on my right, Victoria Carmichael, Legislative Drafter.
Thank you and welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening comments on Bill 83. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 83 Liquor Act received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023 and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Finance in Yellowknife on May 29, 2023. The committee then hosted 3 public meetings in Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Yellowknife. The committee also received 1 written submission. The committee heard a range of views from the public engagement not limited to alcohol addictions, bootlegging, community control of liquor, consumption in public places, and server training. The committee recognizes many concerns will be addressed through regulations. On July 28, 2023, the Standing Committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill and moved 2 minor motions advanced by the Department. I would like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee and for the committee's work on the review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 83. Are there any general comments? No? No? Okay. Has committee agreed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20, does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30, does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clauses 41 to 50, does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 60, does committee agree? Clauses 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clauses 71 to 80, does committee agree? Clauses 81 to 90, does committee agree? Clauses 91 to 100, does committee agree? Clauses 101 to 110, does committee agree? Clauses 111 to 120, does committee agree? Clauses 121 to 130, does committee agree? Clauses 131 to 140, does committee agree? Clauses 140 to 149, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 83, the Liquor Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. The committee has agreed that Bill 83, Liquor Act, is now ready for third reading. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 83, Liquor Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee has agreed to consider Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3. I will ask the Minister of Finance to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am here this evening to present Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3. The purpose of Bill 92 is to add carbon tax revenues sharing grants, sharing community grants, and annual reporting requirements to the carbon tax legislation. This bill represents our final collaborative effort to revise the territorial carbon tax regime to meet federal 2023 to 2030 carbon pricing benchmarks. As part of March 23 discussions concerning Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act, we worked together to better mitigate the additional carbon tax burden required for the Northwest Territories to continue to administer its own carbon tax regime. This collaboration led to my commitments to do the following: implement a regional cost of living offset, provide annual revenue sharing grants to community governments totaling 10% of net carbon tax revenues, introduce legislation establishing community government revenue sharing, strengthen annual reporting requirements, and follow up with the federal government to ensure federal departments meet directly with Northwest Territories communities to discuss developing energy alternatives. The cost of living offset benefit based on the region of residence was made effective July 1st, 2023. For the July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 interim benefit payments, those are made to residents until the Canada Revenue Agency completes its system change in the fall. At that time, residents will receive any applicable additional payments retroactive to July 1st of 2023. Bill 92 represents my commitment to reduce the carbon tax burden on community governments through revenue sharing grants totaling 10% of net carbon tax revenues. These grants will provide flexible funding that may assist local governments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The allocation formula will be described in regulations, and the intention is to provide each community government with a base funding amount plus a per capita allocation. This will provide appropriate support to community governments in larger communities, while also recognizing that smaller communities are often in more remote locations where costs are higher. Bill 92 is a good example of consensus government style of getting things done. The 19th Legislative Assembly's approval for keeping territorial control of the carbon tax has meant that the GNWT retains the flexibility to design a made-in-the-North solution that reflects Northern priorities and circumstances. I would like to thank the Standing Committee of Government Operations and the member for Frame Lake for their tenacity and willingness to collaborate on this bill to demonstrate our commitment to making carbon pricing work in the Northwest Territories.
Tenacity.
That concludes my opening remarks. I would be happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Minister. Before we bring witnesses in, we have to take a short, probably about 5-minute break. Yep, 5-minute break. We got to get the right motion. 7-minute break. Go. Committee of the Whole back to order. Sorry about that, committee. We just had to get some documents printed. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please escort the witness into the chamber. We got Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on my left, I have Kelly Bluck, the Director of Fiscal Policy for the Department of Finance, and Laura Jeffrey on my right, Legislative Drafter in the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening comments on Bill 92. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 1st, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Finance on June 27th, 2023, and held the clause-by-clause review on July 28th, 2023. I thank the committee for work in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 92. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to carbon tax, why is there, with the carbon tax revenue sharing in regards with the communities that are going through a tough time right now because of fuel costs, gasoline costs, to run the hamlet, to run our hamlets for heavy equipment and this general labor for the community for watching the roads, and the water sewer companies having to buy increased costs in fuel, when again our carbon that is only 0.05, but across our territory, I mean, like I said before, they should be paying us in regards to cleaning their air for them. The biggest thing that the issue that I have with this is, why is it taking so long to give the carbon sharing to the communities in regards to the cost offset for the fuel, gasoline, and the high cost of trying to do business as a local hamlet? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the numbers are only just beginning to, the change only happened just this past July, so I don't yet necessarily know how much carbon tax revenue there will be. As soon as the calculation can be made, then the payments can be made.
Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll just give her a little briefing here. From $2.30, and it jumped up at the pump for diesel to $2.60 in tuck. From $2.10, it jumped to $2.30 in tuck for gasoline at the pump. And it's affecting the community, Madam Chair. So that date she just said is the worst day this territory ever did to us across the territory for the people, taking on carbon tax when we're at 0.05. So why is it taking so long? I don't care about the time in regards to when it happened. I mean, it happened. People are going without. This carbon tax is affecting the trucking, the community, local community stores, and people are waiting. And is there an update from the federal government on when they're going to start giving people this so-called carbon tax rebate? Is that happening yet? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, the federal government changed the tax rates on April 1st of this year. And when there's the ability to make the calculation of the amounts for the year, then we will do that and be able to do that. The government, the federal government, does provide the rebates on a quarterly basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, you know my thoughts in regards to carbon tax. We are hit so hard in the small communities for cost. The people want to blame the local stores, the trucking companies for the cost, but they should be blaming us in regards to taking on that carbon tax. And like I said before, we're doing the federal government's dirty work in regards to doing this to a territory we should have never took it on, because people are going without in the communities. I got families that for carbon tax that are like income support should be increased because of that, because of the cost of food. Like I said, safety of hunters. Today I had two boat crews out going hunting this late in the year, fall, going to get caribou meat because of, to subsidized food subsidies for their families. So it's just, for myself, how I look at this is we should have killed the bill that time when we did it, because everybody who's going without right now and the federal government not supporting them, they should be ashamed of themselves in regards to this. Right now we have, I could go on and on, but you're going to hear more tomorrow, so this is just a start. So can the minister, I guess, ask her federal counterpart in Ottawa, when is it going to be, give exact dates on payouts for the hamlets of Tuck, and for the people that are individuals in the communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the carbon tax was happening whether we did it ourselves or not. I can say with respect to the communities, again, just a reminder that income assistance certainly is continuing to cover the costs as it would for their clients. Housing Northwest Territories covers costs for their clients. But as to a calculation for the amount that would go to communities under the current amendments that are before the House, again, right now there's a calculation, it's in subsection 5 describing what needs to be calculated. It requires knowing the total amounts of rebates provided, total amounts of grants provided, and I'm going to need to do that at the end of the fiscal year. I simply do not have the numbers to do the calculation before that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to the communities that we represent and the cost of living with the carbon tax, I think that, sooner rather than later, in regards to getting the funding flowing from Ottawa, and if it's possible, we have, for instance, from Tuck, you're 1,140 kilometers away. Cost of living over there, it's skyrocketing. So can the minister try to reach out to her federal counterpart to ask if we could get this rush because of the carbon tax and carbon tax 3.0 or 2.0 is coming out? Is there going to be an increase in that too for us to charge on to the people that we represent and the people that voted us in? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I certainly have asked that the idea put forward, or that there be some further effort from one of our counterparts in the federal government responsible for this, that they be in a position to provide more funding, that they recognize the burden they have put on small communities and recognize the burden they've put on small Indigenous and remote communities. So let me see, certainly if I can provide some further information on their behalf. It's certainly my efforts to distinguish the government of the Northwest Territories from the choices made in Ottawa. I would stress again that they are different levels of government, but if there is something I can do to help facilitate some further information about funding from federal sources, I will certainly undertake that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Just because Ottawa tells us to do something doesn't mean we have to do it. We're a local community government and legislators of the Northwest Territories. Our Made in the North tiered system, where's the minister at with that in the communities and like what we talked about when this was coming forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, if what is being referenced here is again, the regulations are contemplating having a base amount for every community and then a per capita amount for every community to address the fact that there will be needs in every small community, but then also needs associated to greater populations. That is part of what's before the House today. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, no clarity. I need clarity in regards to the tiered system. You have higher north communities, you have the Sawtoo, and then you have the South Slave. The tiered system, they agreed upon it, where they're at with the tiered system in regards to the funding that the communities are going to get, and do they have that sorted, talking with the federal counterparts in Ottawa? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if that's the regional colo payments, Madam Chair, I didn't bring those details. That has been already before the House, so I certainly can provide an update to members, but I don't know that we have that here in front of us. Thank you.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'd like to see that before our last sitting day on Friday brought forward to share with members, just to see where we're at, because we're the ones that have to wear this in the communities in regards to carbon tax. And if I could get an update for my local leadership in the communities I represent, for the hamlets, on a timeline on payment in letter form in regards to, or can the department do that themselves in regards to letting the public know across the territory in regards to all these payments. And the biggest thing for me and the kicker is the tiered system. That tiered system has to happen. They said they agreed to it, and I want to know where they're at with it, and does Ottawa know for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, if I could turn it to Kelly Black, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The regional colo, which is what the member is speaking of, is a tier system already. It's in regulations that it will be that way. Unfortunately for the Canada Revenue Agency, they could not get it in place to start this fiscal year, which for them, the benefit year starts July 1st. So on July 1st, you're receiving the colo as if you're in the small community. They're in the southern region where it's the low rate. But come this fall, so that's the July payment. There is going to be the next quarterly payment will also be on that regional one. Then the CRA will have got the regional ones in place, and everybody that is in the larger regions will get a lump sum retroactive payment for those first 2 quarters. And going forward, they will receive the tiered system.
Thank you for that. Are there any further general comments to Bill 92? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank the Minister for her kind words about me earlier, but she doesn't get off the hook completely. I do and will vote in favor of this bill, and I think it's the Minister has kept true to her word after hearing what happened with the last changes to the carbon tax. The Minister said she was going to come back and try to fix the revenue sharing arrangement with community governments. That's in this bill. She even stretched it to include annual reporting. Thanks to the work of the Standing Committee, there's now some detail to that annual reporting. There's still one missing piece that I'm going to get to at some point about the need for a deadline for the annual reporting, but there are still some unfinished pieces of business with regard to the carbon tax. Okay, I get to scratch maybe a couple of things off my list, but there's still unfinished business. I don't want to review the whole debate, Madam Chair, but I'm just going to highlight some of them because I think it's important to continue to raise these issues. The first one is the unfair treatment of different kinds of businesses. The large emitters are getting 72% of their carbon tax back. That's not fair because small businesses, NGOs get nothing. That's just patently unfair. And the large emitters actually were consulted on this development of the carbon tax. Nobody else was. That's privileged access, and our government has to stop that. Everybody should have equal access and an equal say when policies, legislation comes forward, and the opportunity to have input. So we got to make this fair and find ways to help smaller businesses, NGOs. One other concern is the lack of transparency. This is going to be partially addressed by annual reporting, thanks to the standing committee and the minister. But in my view, this should actually be set up as a revolving fund, so there's completely separate accounting and greater transparency around this fund. And I know my friends in the Department of Finance really do not like targeted revenues, but if there was ever a case for targeted revenues, this is it. Carbon tax should be used by our government to help mitigate the impacts of it, but it should also be used to help the environment and stop greenhouse gas emissions. Right now, the money goes into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, not good. Just not much accountability there. Yukon sets theirs up as a revolving fund, and so should we. And those monies can only be used for greenhouse gas emission reductions and trying to mitigate the impacts of carbon tax as well. And I think we need and should be doing the same thing. The last thing, Madam Chair, is methane. Methane was, should be a regulated greenhouse gas emission, and it is in many other jurisdictions. Our government lobbied for its removal. I just don't get it. Methane is 80 times more damaging to the environment than carbon dioxide. It's one of the greenhouse gases that we could actually make some significant progress towards our overall target if we actually worked on methane alone. And really, there's only one operation where this happens, and that's Norman Wells. So I don't understand why Norman Wells was given a pass on this. There's flaring, there's fugitive emissions in the industry. They have voluntarily agreed to start to work towards reducing these, and our government should have included methane as one of the gases that is regulated under the and taxed. And we should not have given a pass to Imperial Oil at Norman Wells. And I really regret that, Madam Chair, and that's not good public policy, quite frankly. So anyways, I will support this bill. We're making progress. We're now sharing some of the revenues with community governments. We're going to have annual reporting. But I do have one question for the minister. Can the minister tell me why there's no report deadline in the bill? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the language around what the deadline and the reporting would be was crafted jointly. I'm not sure if perhaps the Legislative Council wants to speak more to that.
Thank you. Ms. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so in the bill, amending Clause 4 adds Section 20.2, and this was added during the standing review process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think we're just getting ahead a bit of ourselves on this one. So I don't think the bill actually contains a deadline for annual reporting other than it has to happen. And that's good. When we get to the clause-by-clause review, I'll be making a specific motion that I understand the minister's prepared to support, and Cabinet's prepared to support, to just have a deadline for that reporting. And but I'll move that at the appropriate time in the clause-by-clause review. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Committee, can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1, does committee agree? Clause 2, does committee agree? Clause 3, does committee agree? Clause 4, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madam Chair. I spoke a little earlier about, I think, the bill. It's good that there's now annual reporting. Well, there was annual reporting, now it's a little more detailed. What the missing piece here, I think, is an actual deadline by which the the annual report would have to be filed. And, you know, I have no doubt that department and the staff are going to do that, but having a deadline sometimes makes sure it actually gets done. And I've been in my 8 years here, there's been at least a couple of instances where there was a requirement for annual reporting and the annual reports weren't actually done. Environmental Rights Act being one, and the superintendent for insurance, there was a bunch of years that annual reports were never done. So having a deadline just, I think, helps people focus, get the work done by a certain date. And I have picked a date for this a motion that I'm going to move, and it fits within the broad scope of the 3 reports that have already been voluntarily done by the department. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to proceed with a motion to amend if I could.
Yep. Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that Clause 4 of Bill 92 be amended by deleting proposed section 20.2 brackets 2 and substituting the following. 2, the minister shall, not later than 8 months after the end of a fiscal year, prepare an annual report with respect to the collection and administration of carbon tax under this act during that year. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Clause 4, as amended, does committee agree? Clause 5, does committee agree? Clause 6, does committee agree? Clause 7, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3 is now ready for 3rd reading? Thank you, committee. The committee has agreed that Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3 is now ready for 3rd reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act number 3? Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 62-19 brackets 2, Bill 74, Bill 78, Bill 83, Bill 92, and would like to report progress. And that Committee Report 62-19-2 is concluded, and that Bill 74, 78, 83 are ready for third reading, and that Bill 92 is ready. Bill 74, 78, and 83 are ready for third reading, and that Bill 92 is ready for third reading as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do I have a seconder? Member for Hay River North. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act, number 2, be read for a third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunide Welede. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. And the member for Yellowknife Center.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 81 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote as well. Queen Aini.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, indulge me for a few minutes here. I did have to speak to this bill as I have been contacted by a couple constituents as well as an association to express their concerns. So the Association of Technologists out of Alberta are concerned with this bill going forward and the lack of, I'm not going to say this word right, autonomy, that's not the right word, but the separation for the technicians themselves and the technologists under the Act. While at this point, Mr. Speaker, it is too late and even when we were in Committee of the Whole to change this Act, I did want to speak a little bit to some of the concerns that they had and maybe perhaps give them a little bit of reassurance that this is not going to be an issue. So first of all, Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories population in this area cannot support 2 organizations. We already struggle from a volunteer perspective, and to have people employed and engaged in this type of work, the industry cannot support having 2 separate, distinct organizations. Within the proposal or within this law, the technicians and technologists would actually be full NAPAG members. So they would be no different within the organization than any other engineer or geoscientist, geophysicist, and they would have the same voting rights. They would be able to sit on council, they could be the president, and they would be able to act and participate in any manner that any engineer or any geoscientist would be able to do so. Unfortunately, the concerns were raised with us at the very last minute, the 11th hour, and it was too late for us to do anything with respect to the bill. However, a lot of the concerns that have been raised by my constituents and others will be fleshed out in the regulations. And a good thing about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that nothing can go ahead without the say-so of the technicians and the technologists. So they will be involved with creating the regulations for themselves. And if they don't agree to it, then it doesn't happen. So I think that should give some reassurance to those in the territory, and I believe there's 37 of them registered currently under asset in Alberta, that they are going to have a say. This isn't a matter of engineers regulating them and directing and controlling them. Really, there are too many public safety and modernization items in this act to lose it now. Things like limited licenses, as well as the mandatory continuing professional developments. So I just felt that it was necessary that we speak to that those concerns were heard. However, at this point, the good of this bill needs to happen, and I want to say that as one of the last weeks in the sitting and as an engineer, I'm proud to be part of having this bill be modernized and brought in. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Motion is in order to the motion. Question, member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here I was wondering what the member was doing standing. Anyways, yeah, I'm in support of this motion, and I guess as an engineering technologist, now I can belong to an organization actually in the Northwest Territories, and it's good to see that there's a number of other people in the same boat as well, and we can participate in an organization that with like minds and hopefully do some good. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadewilliday, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 93 has had third reading. Clap at any time. No, I'm just kidding. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Yellowknife Centre, that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act, be read for the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. According to the rules, we do have to do a recorded vote. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
The member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadewilliday, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 94 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, October 4th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1578-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 65, 75, 80, 84, 85. Committee reports 52, 53, 55, 74. Minister Statement 264, table document 681, 973, 974. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, bills 74, 78, 83, and 92. Orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 4th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.